All right. Please stand for the invocation given by Commissioner Ringer.
Please bow your heads and join me in prayer. Lord, as we wrap up the summer season, we look to enjoy the last rays of summer sunshine, the last drop of the water fund, the last day of summer outings. But we don't want it to be the last day of enjoyment on this bountiful planet you have provided. Help us be safe in all our endeavors and help us transition to another fall with all the bounties you have provided. Be with this legislative body as we make some final decisions that help all constituents understand the efforts we have made in the best interest of the county as a whole. Although we just celebrated the 250th anniversary of our great nation, help us understand that this democratic experiment is still ongoing and in need of care and attention on a daily basis through an electoral process which begins in early August. Watch over the rest of the military and first responders who selflessly serve the citizens of this great nation, state, and county. And please give solace to those sick and afflicted and their families and give them peace. In your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. All right. Today we are honored to have Hospital Corpsman First Class Lawrence Walker lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Walker proudly served in the United States Navy for 20 years, retiring in 2010. Throughout his distinguished career, he served at naval hospitals, branch medical clinics, and Marine Corps commands across Tennessee, California, Virginia, North Carolina, Florida, Maryland, and Japan. A highly decorated veteran, Mr. Walker received the Purple Heart, Navy Commendation Medal, Navy Achievement Medal with Valor, Combat Action Ribbon, and numerous unit citations, campaign medals, and service awards. He joined the Navy to travel and further his education, and during his military career embraced the belief that everything happens for a reason and that the only easy day was yesterday. Among his favorite memories of service are traveling the world, experiencing different cultures and cuisines, and building lifelong friendships. Now an Orange Park resident, Walker continues his commitment to service as a member of the 555th Airborne Morris Biggs chapter and the Combat Veterans Motorcycle Association. Please join us in thanking Hospital Corpsman First Class Lawrence Walker for his dedicated service to our nation and his continued commitment to our community. So please lead us in the pledge, and then you're welcome to say some comments.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I'd just like to say thank you very much to each and every one of you for having me here. It's been a pleasure serving my country and serving you as well. And thank you for your service of what you do for our county. Thank you.
All right, you may be seated. Call to order, Board of County Commissioners meeting for July 28th, 2026. And I have all my fellow commissioners here, and we'll go right on to pet adoptions.
Okay, our first cat today is Mulan, a spayed female, domestic short hair, 4 months old and weighs 4 pounds. Looking for a little shadow to follow you everywhere? This adorable black and white kitten is as social as they come. The moment you open her kennel door, she's ready to soak up all the love and attention you have to give. She also does great sharing her space with her siblings, making her the perfect mix of affectionate and friendly. Come meet your new best friend. Next, we have Luna, a spayed female Catahoula mix, 3 years old and weighs 45 pounds. Luna is a Catahoula mix with a wow-worthy markings and a personality to match. This playful girl is always ready for fun, zoomies, and making new friends. Her previous owners say she's great with kids and other dogs, and her playgroup pals would agree. Luna brings the party. Looking for a fun, active best friend with a one-of-a-kind look? Luna is your girl. Next, we have Nadia, a spayed female, domestic short hair. She's 4 months old and weighs 4 pounds. Nadia prefers to take in the world at her own pace. This thoughtful little kitten is a bit shy at first, often looking to her sister for reassurance before diving into something new. Once she realizes she's safe, her curiosity takes over, and you'll get to watch her confidence grow every day. If you have a soft spot for the quiet ones, Nadia is ready to steal your heart. And lastly, we have Rivers, a neutered male mixed breed, 2 years old, weighs 54 pounds, and he is heartworm positive, but his treatment is being sponsored. Rivers tries to check himself into our new let me start over. Rivers tried to check himself into our new facility before we were even ready. Talk about being ahead of schedule. This handsome Anatolian mix may be a little shy at first, but once he feels comfortable, his sweet personality starts to shine. He came in with another dog and is learning the ropes of playgroup, making new friends, and building his confidence. Rivers is looking for a patient family who will give him the love and time he needs to blossom. And if you're ready to meet your new best friend, our adoptable animals are waiting to add some extra love and fun to your life. From wagging tails to purring kitties, we've got the perfect companion just for you. Want to see who's available? You can head over to our website and meet our adorable crew looking for their forever homes. If you have questions, you can drop us a line at clayadoptions@claycountygov.com and we'll chat. Don't wait. Your new best friend is just a click away. And picture there kittens like Tinker, who are always in need of foster parents. We are always in need of foster homes where they can grow, receive socialization, and get the care they need until they are ready for adoption. Could you provide a loving temporary home for one of our foster animals? If so, please contact us at clayfosters@claycountygov.com. And if you're interested in helping our furry friends, but you can't bring one home, please take a look at our Amazon wish list. We are always in need of items for the shelter animals. Just go to amazon.com. And that completes our pet adoptions.
Thank you, Teresa. Will my commissioners meet me up front for proclamation? All right, so Purple Heart Day provides an opportunity to honor the brave men and women of our armed forces who were wounded or made the ultimate sacrifice while serving our nation. Clay County has been a designated Purple Heart County since 2015, and we are proud to recognize the courage, service, and sacrifice of our Purple Heart recipients. Today, we are pleased to welcome representatives of the Military Order of the Purple Heart and our local veteran community. If y'all could come on up front. Don't be shy, come on up. After we read the proclamation, we welcome some brief remarks from anyone who'd like to speak. And Commissioner Renninger is going to read it.
Well, it certainly gives me great pleasure to read this proclamation. But before I do, I want you all to introduce. I know half of you, but I don't know the other half. So, Harry, I know you on the end there, and sir. It's on you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ernest Cerna, United States Army. 30 years, 2 months, and 5 days in military service. 2 years in combat, Vietnam War, wounded twice. But I'm still here, only by the grace of God. I give him all the credit.
Glad you are here today.
Command Sergeant William M. Smith, U.S. Army retired, Ranger Hall of Fame.
Great. Welcome, Clay County here. David?
I'm David Treffinger, U.S. Army, Vietnam veteran, 70-71, wounded June 25th, 1970. Currently President of the Vietnam Veterans of America, Chapter 1059 in Clay County, plus also Secretary for the Vietnam Veterans of America, Florida State Council. Thank you.
Robert L. Grissett, U.S. Marine Corps, 1967 to 71. Case on Vietnam, wounded twice, came back. Look at me now. I love it, and thank you very much for acknowledging us and all the gentlemen and ladies here. Thank you.
Again, I'm HM1 Walker, wounded in Iraq, and I am the current chapter commander of Chapter 524, Robert C. Paget in Jacksonville, and we cover up Clay County as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andrew Waldem, a retired Command Sergeant Major, 30 years, Army. I received my Purple Heart in Medina Ridge in 1990-91. I'm proud to be here. By the grace of God, I love it. Thank you very much.
I'm going to grab the mic here because I want to introduce my friend Dale Rabel. He's a former light attack Navy pilot and Purple Heart recipient, POW, for a fairly long time over in Vietnam. So he got to know Hanoi Hilton pretty well. So Dale, welcome.
Thank you. Many of you don't know what this badge stands for. This is the 4th Allied POW wing. There are now 6, unfortunately. World War I, World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, and the 6th one I can't remember. But anyway, there are 6 of them, which means that we had other countries besides ourselves helping us do our job. So it's something that a lot of people don't think about. They think about yourself, but they don't think about other countries that do help us. So thank you very much. I spent some time over there. Not pleasant, but I can give you a good menu if you want to lose weight. I started off at 200 pounds when I was flying off to Saratoga, and I wound up weighing 140 when I checked in at Clark Air Force Base in the Philippines.
So it's and to recognize all these brave individuals and also those who aren't with us tonight, I'm going to read this proclamation. Whereas the Purple Heart is the oldest military decoration still presented to members of the United States Armed Forces, first established by General George Washington on August 7th, 1782, as the badge of military merit. And whereas the Purple Heart is awarded to the brave men and women of the United States Armed Forces who have been wounded or made the ultimate sacrifice while serving in combat against a hostile enemy. And whereas Clay County is home to many veterans and active duty service members whose courage, selflessness, and unwavering dedication have helped defend the freedoms and values of our nation. And whereas Clay County proudly became a designated Purple Heart County in 2015 and remains committed to honoring the service and sacrifice of Purple Heart recipients while recognizing the tremendous cost of preserving our freedom. And whereas Purple Heart Day, observed annually on August 7th, provides an opportunity for all Americans to remember and honor those who have been wounded or killed in service to our country and to express our enduring gratitude for their sacrifice. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Clay County, Florida does hereby proclaim August 7th, 2026 as Purple Heart Day in Clay County. And in doing so, encourage all residents to honor Purple Heart recipients, remember the sacrifices they and their families have made, and recognize the service of all members of the United States Armed Forces who have defended our nation with courage and valor. Duly adopted by Board of County Commissioners, Clay County, Florida, this 28th day of July, 2026. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Unanimous. So I want to thank you. And I'm glad that this proclamation mentioned the families, because the families are so important when you're deployed, and especially if you've been wounded and without. Back then, they didn't have the internet. Back then, they didn't have social media. We had snail mail.
But they also serve.
Pardon me?
The families also serve.
Oh, yeah, they did too. So,
My wife didn't know that I was alive for 8 weeks. And they My wife did not know that I was alive for over 8 weeks. So she was constantly thinking, excuse me, hard to talk about your wife.
Yeah, it's a snail mail. You used to get letters saying, "Hey, Johnny's arm's healing real well," and you go, "What happened to Johnny?" Oh, he fell off a bike. Next letter, oh, he fell off his bike or something. So it was trying. So we have pictures. Dale, hold that thing. Welcome home. Welcome home. Dale, been a pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Well done, sir. Thank you.
All right, so we have any constitutional officers that would like to speak? Sheriff's Office? No? Tara, you have anything? Rick? Okay.
Just wanted to remind everyone that we have the 2026 Value Adjustment Board meeting. It'll be held this Thursday, July 30th, 9 a.m. in this boardroom. And a special thank you to Commissioner Compier and Commissioner Renninger for volunteering to serve on the board. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think we have anyone else here. I'll go on to approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
I'd like to move approval of the Board of County Commissioner meeting minutes from July 14th, 2026.
All right, I have a motion. A second?
I'll second.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, we'll move on to our first public comment. This portion of the agenda is designed to allow citizens an opportunity to bring matters to the attention of the board. At this time, the board will not engage in debate or answer questions. You may email askclay@claycountygov.com and staff will address your questions, or you may email your district commissioner. Public comment cards are conveniently placed at the meeting room entrance and should be submitted to the clerk on the far left of the dais. You are to limit your comments to 3 minutes. Before addressing the board, please state your name and address. Now I'd like to open the first public comment period at today's meeting. I have Susan Welch first. And then I have Dana Agbaya, I know that's wrong, next.
Okay, I'm Susan Welch, 3749 Randall Road in Green Cove Springs. I'm a beekeeper, a 4-H leader for the Stingers Club, and the membership coordinator for the Clay County Beekeepers Association. I watched the budget workshop meeting last week, and I don't think you understand the impact the IFAS Extension Office has here in Clay. As a 4-H volunteer leader, each year we work with 30 kids or 18 families just in the one club I'm in. If we didn't have the agents at the office to connect parents to clubs, how would families even know what opportunities exist or how to register for them? Who would provide the meeting location and make sure it's clean and safe for the clubs to meet? Who would organize the leaders of each club answer questions, or solve administrative problems? Who would conduct background checks on the 4-H leaders to ensure our children are in good hands? Would the Extension Office be able to offer summer camps at all? I'm leading 2 camps this year, a honeybee camp and a honey harvesting camp. About 40 families registered for those 2 camps. I've been invited to publicly speak about beekeeping 15 times this past year. That's about 270 parents or families. Many times the Extension Office is the coordinator for those presentations. Who would do that if the office is short-staffed or not staffed at all? And please remember, I'm just one club. Just last week, a gentleman went to the Extension Office to donate some beekeeping equipment. He didn't know any beekeepers, but he asked the Extension Office for assistance. They called me, and I helped him find a beekeeper. Who would handle community requests like that? This kind of thing happens at least once a month, if not more, just for our club. Sometimes the call is because residents have bees somewhere on their property and they need them removed. The office refers them to our organization and one of our club members removes the bees. The Clay County Beekeepers Association has over 200 members. We meet at the Extension Office once a month. One agent organizes the University of Florida's Beginning Beekeeper Short Course twice a year. Approximately 80 Clay County residents attend those courses. You already had to cut their staff about 2 years ago, and they're working with a skeleton crew as it is. When you consider budget issues, please consider the broad reach and the tremendous value the Extension Office and all the employees have in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I have Dana, and then I have Ian Davis after that.
Good afternoon. Happy to be here. And I love Clay County. I live on Parsley Avenue, and it is zoned agriculture. And I've lived there about 8 or 9 years. And I'm here with my neighbor, Glenda Schubers, and we're having a couple of issues. We've tried filing complaints, communicating with the proper agency, and we're getting nowhere. And I'm sorry I have to come and complain, especially after, if I say Purple Heart, I'm gonna cry. Thank you for your service. Anyway, there's a large metal building on the street next to us. We live on Parsley. It's at 77 Peppermint. And it has 3 entrances for vehicles. And the person that lives there is constantly doing auto repair. And I did not move to an agricultural zone to live by an auto repair facility. I did see the county come out. They kind of sat and looked, and I have no idea what they did after that. We don't ever get calls, or in fact, I had somebody tell me one day when I called to follow up, we don't call you back. So I'm not quite sure what to do, but there's always 10 cars, sometimes more, consistently on this property. Sometimes there are campers, sometimes there are trucks. So it's been at least 9 months since I filed the complaint, and I have no idea if it will ever be resolved. So the reason we came today was to bring it to your attention and see if it could be followed up on, if there's somebody we can communicate with that's going to be more receptive. The other issue we have is on our own street, next door to Glenda at 60 Parsley Avenue. There is a home with, it used to be 3 motorhomes, with people living in these motorhomes on their property. And we found this online where it says you cannot live in a camper or RV as a permanent primary residence, weekend getaway, or rental property on private property in Clay County. So the point being, like for example, the lady that just spoke is talking about funding. The people that live there aren't paying taxes. And not only that, we don't like them there. We don't want to live by an auto repair shop or a camper facility. And then there's a new residence, Glenda's the lucky winner, next door to her and across the street from her at 63 Parsley. They've been there maybe a month, a little longer. There's already 2 motorhomes parked on their property, and people are living there. So the reason we're here today is to find out, when we can't get answers from the proper agency, what do we do next? If there's somebody I could communicate with, I would really appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'm your commissioner, ma'am. So
Yes.
and I'm happy to follow up for you, and I will.
They're gonna meet with her. Teresa said.
Teresa's.
Yeah, I'm happy to help you out.
Okay, thank you. So can I get online and get your
Yes,
contact
ma'am.
info?
All my contact information is on the county website.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure.
All right, we have Ian Davis right now, and then Donna McCool, I believe it is.
My name is Ian Davis, and I live at 3335 Turkey Creek Drive in Green Cove Springs. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for letting me speak here. I am here representing Clay County 4-H, where I have proudly been a member for 4 years. While it may be less time than many of the peers I have grown alongside, it has been more than enough time to change my life. 4 years ago, I was the quiet kid who sat in the back of the room and barely spoke. 3 years ago, I lacked the confidence to speak in public and communicate with purpose. 2 years ago, I struggled to work effectively as a part of a team. And 1 year ago, I was still learning how to manage my time and weigh opportunities against one another. All these are just a few of the skills I've continuously developed through 4-H. Over the course of my membership, 4-H has challenged me to grow as a leader, taught me responsibility and accountability, and given me opportunities I never would have had otherwise. Every time I wanted to take a new initiative, serve my community, or pursue a new opportunity, 4-H provided me with the mentorship, encouragement, and connections that helped me succeed. Today, those lessons have allowed me to volunteer and throughout our community, help support our extension office, and collaborate with professionals and serve on a youth adult association board focused on outreach, impact, and managing the foundation of our county's 4-H program. Those opportunities didn't happen by accident. They happened because adults in this program believed in young people like me and invested in our future. I stand before you today speaking on behalf of a program that has helped me become the person that I am. The skills I have gained through 4-H have shaped the person I am today and will continue to shape the person I become. My hope is that the future youth of Clay County will have the same opportunities that I've been fortunate enough to have. Because in a world driven by constant progress, leadership doesn't just happen on its own. It takes a community dedicated to raising the next generation, and 4-H is leading that effort for youth like me. Thank you for your time and allowing me to share my story.
Thank you so much.
Good job, Ian.
I have Donna next, and then I have Savannah Rathjen after that.
Hi, my name is Donna McCool, and I live at 4467 Witch Hazel Road, Middleburg, District 4. I'm also a co-leader in the shooting sports program for the local 4-H for Clay County. I'm speaking today to strongly urge you to protect full funding for the UF, IFAS, Clay County Extension, and 4-H Youth Development Program. Our family moved to Clay County in 2017 and enrolled our daughter in 4-H. Back then, she struggled with the debilitating shyness and a severe lack of self-confidence. The dedicated leaders in her clubs didn't just give her time, they invested in her personally. They gave her the extra support she needed to step out of her shell. Because of her experiences in 4-H, she gained the confidence to speak publicly, resolve conflicts, lead younger members, and advocate for others. It transformed her into the person she is today, and she would not have achieved her successes without this program. Though she is now aged out as a youth member, her commitment continues. Today, she serves as a junior instructor in the 4-H shooting sports program and remains active with the Teen Leadership Council. Shooting sports was her first love in 4-H, and it plays a critical role in teaching youth firearm safety, discipline, physical skill, and a deep respect for the sport. 4-H provides our youth with a sense of community, civic responsibility, and essential life skills needed to become productive citizens of society. Furthermore, because the extension is a partnership with the University of Florida, every county dollar invested supports specialized expertise and countless volunteer hours that directly enrich all of Clay County. Our community needs programs like this now more than ever. I ask you to preserve full funding for the Clay County 4-H and the Extension Office so future generations of youth can have the same life-changing opportunities my daughter has experienced. Thank you.
Thank you. Savannah is next, and Peyton Woods will be after her.
Good evening. My name is Savannah Rathjen. I live at 5895 Indian Trail, Keystone Heights, Florida. I am 15 years old. I've been in 4-H for about 10 years now, and today I'll be talking about how 4-H supports our community. I understand that every budget requires difficult decisions, and I appreciate the responsibilities you have to manage taxpayer dollars wisely. However, I respectfully ask you reconsider the proposed cuts to our Clay County Extension Office. Reducing the Clay County Extension Office's funds and eliminating numerous extension agents would have consequences that extend far beyond the budget line. These are the people that make the 4-H program possible. They organize educational programs, mentor the youth, coordinate volunteers, and provide opportunities that help us develop leadership, responsibilities, and other life skills that will stay with us long after we graduate. As someone who has benefited from this program, I know that 4-H is much more than just social hour. It teaches public speaking, teamwork, citizenship, and service to our community. It gives young people a place to grow into confident, capable adults. If these cuts are moved forward, many of these opportunities could disappear or be greatly reduced for the current and future generations of the youth in our county. I ask you look beyond the numbers on the spreadsheet and consider the lasting impact these decisions will have on our community. Investing in the extension and 4-H is an investment in the next generation of leaders, farmers, business owners, educators, and engaged citizens. Please protect the funding for our Clay County Extension Office and keep the dedicated extension agents who make these programs possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, we have Peyton next and Jeremy Kramer after that.
Good evening. My name is Peyton Woods, and my address is 7025 Sharon Roads, Green Cove Springs, Florida. I'm here to talk about the UF-IFAS extension and how they have made an impact on me. You asked last week for specific examples on how the extension has impacted residents in your area, and I am here to tell you how. When people think of 4-H, they think livestock, ribbons, county fairs. While those things are very important and certainly a big part, 4-H has become such more to me. It has helped me shape who I am today and taught me valuable life skills and given me opportunities I never imagined. 4-H has helped me become a strong leader. I've learned how to work with others, mentor younger members, and give back to my community through service. Leadership isn't about being in charge. It's about setting a positive example and helping others succeed. Perhaps the greatest gift 4-H has given me is confidence. It has encouraged me to speak in front of groups like this, meet new people, and believe in myself. The experiences I've had and the friendships I made have helped me grow into the person I am, who is willing to step outside of my comfort zone and take on new challenges. Budget cuts would hinder or eliminate the salaries of the employees who have poured into me and provided me opportunities. Without them, I would have never created a community rock garden, volunteered at the Vintage Market Days, which is a large event that brings money into our county. Spent a week in Washington, D.C. learning about agriculture and how to protect it, but not only that, but learning about how to make connections with everyone, all different kinds of people. I started a small business, and a couple years ago, I accepted the 4-H proclamation in this very room, and so much more. In order for us to become In order for us not to become like other counties and turn their back on agriculture, we need 4-H. We need the extension, and we need your support in seeing this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Have Jeremy and then Cecilia Kramer after.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Kramer. I live on 3131 Michelle Court. I am asking you to continue funding 4-H programs because they have a big difference in my life. Through the shooting sports club that meets once every month at the Clay County Outdoor Adventure Park, I have learned archery and rifle sportsmanship. It's not just about hitting a target, it's about learning responsibility, safety, focus, and respect. 4-H has also introduced me to STEM activities like coding and bridge building. These projects challenge me to think creatively and solve problems and work as part of a team. Another important part of 4-H is learning life skills. I have become more confident in public speaking, learned how to cook, and discovered how important it is to volunteer and give back to my community. These are skills that will help me for the rest of my life. Because of 4-H, I am growing more responsible, confident, and caring person. I know there are many other youth in Clay County who are having the same experience. Please continue supporting and funding 4-H programs so that more young people have the same chance to learn, grow, and give back to our community just like me. Thank you for your time and support of the youth of Clay County. Thank you.
Thank you. Cecilia is next, and then Bailey Connor after. Cecilia.
Good afternoon. My name is Cecilia Kramer, and I live on 3131 Michelle Court. I am 14 years old, and I've been a member of 4-H for 4 years. When my mom first signed me up for 4-H, I was not excited. Remember thinking, ugh, just one more thing for me to do. I had no idea that one decision would have such an impact on my life. Once I joined clubs and started participating in meetings and activities, I realized that 4-H was more than just one more thing to do. It became a place where I could learn, grow, and discover who I wanted to become. One of the greatest skills 4-H has given me is confidence. I still remember my very first presentation. I was extremely nervous and it was not very good, but the leaders and youth in 4-H encouraged me to keep trying. Year after year, I became more comfortable speaking in front of others. I gave presentations every month, and I mentored 4-H members by helping them develop public speaking and presentation skills that once challenged me. 4-H has also taught me what it means to be a leader. During my first year, I was not ready to take on a leadership position, but as my confidence grew, I stepped into new roles, serving as Sergeant-at-Arms, Treasurer, Secretary, and Vice President. Each position taught me responsibility, teamwork, organization, and the importance of leading by example. These are skills I will carry with me for the rest of my life. Beyond leadership, 4-H has opened doors I never imagined. For the past 4 years, I have attended 4-H coding camp. Through this experience, I discovered my passion for computer science and the career path I hope to pursue after graduating from high school. If my mom had not signed me up for 4-H, I do not know if I would have discovered my passion for computer science. I do not know if I would have the confidence to stand before you today. I can say that I would not be the person I am today without 4-H. These opportunities are not available to every youth without organizations like 4-H. For many youth, 4-H provides experience, education, mentorship, and encouragement they might not otherwise receive. It helps youth build confidence, develop leadership skills, explore career paths, and become active, responsible members of their communities. 4-H also teaches us that leadership is about serving others. We learn that making a difference means giving back to our communities, helping our neighbors, and becoming responsible citizens. The lessons we learn do not stay inside a club meeting. They are carried into our schools, our workplaces, and our communities. The skills I have learned through 4-H, leadership, responsibility, communication, teamwork, and service will stay with me for the rest of my life. These are qualities that build strong employees, business owners, first responders, military members, and community leaders. Investing 4-H is not simply funding a youth program. It is investing in the future of Clay County and our country. A budget reduction might look like a number on paper, but to youth like me, it represents lost opportunities. It can mean fewer clubs, fewer camps, and fewer chances for youth to build competence, discover career interests, and become leaders in our communities. Some youth may never discover what they are passionate about because these opportunities are not available. The greatest investment a community can make is not only in roads, buildings, or infrastructure, it is in the Clay County citizens, especially our youth. You have the opportunity to decide whether the next generation of young people will have the same opportunities I do. I ask you to protect the funding that makes these life-changing experiences possible. Please do not look at 4-H as just another line item in the budget. Look at it as an investment in the future leaders, workers, volunteers, and citizens of Clay County and our country. As the 4-H motto reminds us, let's continue to make the best better for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. I'll have Bailey next, and then Daniel Francis Cook after.
Hi, my name is Bailey Connor. I live at 4839 Highway 17 South in Green Cove Springs. I never thought I'd have to write a speech like this, and the hardest part isn't even finding the words. It's trying to explain how much 4-H has impacted my life when it's been a big part of mine for as long as I can remember. My 4-H journey is a little bit unique because I have two 4-H lives. The first is as a daughter of a 4-H agent. I grew up watching older members compete, attend camps, and build lifelong friendships that I could only dream about for one day. As I became a member myself, I also had the opportunity to see the work from behind the scenes. I watched agents, volunteers, and staff pour countless hours into creating opportunities that changed young people's lives. I've seen shy kids find the confidence to go on stage and speak in front of hundreds of people. I've seen members gain skills that help them be successful in the workplace, and I have seen young people simply find a place where they felt like they belonged. Without 4-H, many of them, their stories could have ended very differently. For me, 4-H changed my confidence. Public speaking used to terrify me, and if I'm being honest, it still does. Throughout club meetings, competitions, supportive leaders, and incredible friends, I've learned how to not only speak confidently in front of a crowd, but how to also believe in myself while doing so. I may never love public speaking, but today I can do it because 4-H gave me that confidence. Another lesson 4-H has taught me is financial responsibility. Rodeos and horses are my passion, and by age 13, I was paying my own entry fees. Through my 4-H education and 4-H record books, I learned to track expenses, manage budgets, document nutrition and veterinary care, and understand the true cost of caring for my animals. Today, at age 17, I pay for my competitions, my tack, my new rodeo clothing, and even help with feed and veterinary expenses. Those are life skills that will stay with me far beyond my years in 4-H. But the greatest gift 4-H has given me is the people. The friendships and the connections I've made span countries, states, and years. Whether it's reconnecting with someone I met years ago or building relationships with professionals in agriculture and the equine industry, 4-H has shown me the value of a handshake, keeping your word, and supporting others. I'm proud to say that I've been asked to help educate at many national conferences, and have currently been serving as an ambassador for the Florida Youth Equine Ambassador Program. This is all possible because of the life skills I developed through Clay County 4-H programs. I know I'm only one voice, but I know my story is not unique. Thousands of young people have stories just like mine. 4-H doesn't just teach projects. It builds confidence, responsibility, leadership, and community. It is the foundation that builds strong leaders and strong families for our future. It prepares young people not only for their competition or meeting, but for college, careers, and life. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel? Is this the one you wanted to speak at this?
Yeah,
Okay.
under public comments. Yeah, Daniel Francis Cook, 357 Egrets Walk. So, Madam Chair, Board, I want to be careful with the words that I speak today because I used to have this tendency to come up and complain a lot. I'd complain about taxation, complain about mask mandates, open borders, unconstitutional wars, but there I go again, going down that road of complaining. So I actually want to use this opportunity, use public comments to focus on solutions. You know, words are powerful. The frequency that our words give off, you know, emit a vibration that manifests the reality that we live. And I, you know, if I turn on the TV, if I hang out in political circles too much, I end up getting bogged down with too much negativity. And so I think with, especially with Constitution Day coming up on September 17th, I'd like to bring a perspective of my understanding of that document and the importance of it. You know, our country is founded on three primary documents: the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights, all three of them written at different times with three different purposes. I believe the Declaration of Independence really lays out the spirit of liberty, you know, that our rights come from our Creator, not from government, that the purpose of government is to protect those rights, and that the people have the right and duty to alter or abolish government that becomes destructive of those rights. But then the Constitution, what is the purpose of that document, written in 1787? I see that as the blueprint for how the government is supposed to operate. But the states wouldn't even ratify the Constitution without the Bill of Rights being included. So there's 10 different, 10 amendments in the Bill of Rights, and there's so much packed into all of them. I think if we, the people, especially those of us who might be like me and have a lot of grievances and see a lot of problems in our country, I think if we focus on what our rights are and standing up and asserting them, that we could come to find more solutions to our grievances. And so I'd like to just bring a little perspective about the Supremacy Clause through the lens of the 10th Amendment. So the Supremacy Clause is found in Article 6, Clause 2. It says, "This Constitution and the laws of the United States, which shall be made in pursuance thereof, and all treaties which shall be made under the authority of the United States shall be the supreme law of the land." And I think the key word there is pursuance. So not every law that's created in Washington, D.C. or Tallahassee or even at the county level is above the Constitution. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights are the higher form of law. And I like to read the 10th Amendment, which says, "The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people." So I would ask this board in the future, whenever you are maybe dealing with the federal government or making decisions, to keep in mind the Supremacy Clause and the 10th Amendment, and to be that strong local government that stands for unlimited government, like I believe the Founding Fathers intended. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Very good. Cooper, Murphy, I don't think you want to wait for second public comment, I'm thinking.
Cooper Murphy, 2852 Ravines Road. I'm also a member of the board for the 4-H, Clay County 4-H. And I just wanted to come speak to you guys on behalf of 4-H and the Clay County Extension. It's an important program. Agriculture is becoming more and more limited in Clay County. I work in that field as well, and it is very hard, very difficult. Margins are very thin. Support of any kind from the government is very important for what we do, and spreading that word. You've heard a lot about from the students who have been impacted by 4-H. I can speak to that, as well as the extension services, what they provide for us farmers and what we do. I think you guys are in here battling every day to keep something green in this county, and this is part of that. Without the support from our local government, there is nothing that can be done. All of our education, both on the student side as well as the workers and farming side, comes from extension. That's pretty much our source. Now, you can go on the internet and find mostly anything, but the people in our extension offices are the ones we go to more often than not when we need help on things. If we don't have that, there's even less agriculture that will happen in this county. There's very little that happens now that is not impacted by extension in some form or fashion. I know budgets are tough. I get it. Look, I deal with it every year as well. I run a private business. Insurance is minimum going up 10% every year. I get that. And there are places everywhere where we all cut every year because expenses are always more than income. And you guys are limited on that. You can't go out and find more jobs or do more. Let me tell you, agriculture's been that way forever. We are the people who tape together equipment with baling wire and twine. You know, I mean, this is what we do. We get it. You know, welcome to our party. But this is somewhere where I feel like you just can't cut this, guys. You know, these people, we don't have much, and if you cut what we have, there will be none. And I don't say this often. I am about, well, I'm not as conservative as you get, but I'm certainly on that side of the aisle when it comes to fiscal government. I would rather see you raise the millage than cut funding at the extension. So, you know, there are some things that I can't live without, and this is one of them. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Cooper. All right, the Knights, I don't see y'all, but I don't think this is where y'all want to talk. Aren't you wanting to talk about the Tamarick Grill area? Aren't you? Knights? Mr. Knight, aren't you wanting to talk whenever the item comes up? Yes? Yes. Okay, so I'll wait. Okay. All right, anybody else for public comment? All right, I will close public comment and move on to consent agenda. Can I have a motion?
I'd like to remove item 4 and 6.
All right. Anyone else? Okay, I'll take a motion.
I'd like to move the approval of the consent agenda minus item 4 and item 6.
All right. Second. Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? All right, number 4.
Madam Chair, item 4, I'm removing that to, anytime we have a sole source contract, I'd like to have a look, make sure the public understands why we go sole source instead of competitive bid. So if we could have someone explain the reason for sole source in this item. It's Troy here. Where'd he go? There he is.
Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Troy to give us a brief on that.
Welcome back, Troy.
So, what was the question? What was the question? Sole source?
Sole source in the SwiftGov contract.
Yes, sir. So SwiftGov is our solution to do multiple things. One is to look at land development code revisions using, a software solution, and also to do plan review, both land development code or your planning zoning review and the building department review. The reason that we felt it was sole source is it's one company to do all the pieces together. Well, yes, there are companies that may do pieces and parts. It's the only company that we found that can do it all together and at the level that we need it done. There are people out there that, yes, will do the building code review, but they won't do the development services review. There's people out there that may do the planning review, but not do the zoning review, or do the land development code review as part of an overall comprehensive package, and then also have the ability to integrate in with your permitting system over the next several months, 6 months. I think that answers your question.
That answers my question.
Yes, sir.
And after extensive conversation with SwissGov, I think we're dealing with one of the most leading companies quite honestly, in the nation in regard to implementation of AI. And we have Ms. Sabrina back there who's willing to explain any of this stuff anyone else might have. But I'd be happy to motion for approval of item 6, SwiftGov sole source contract.
A second.
I'm sorry, item 4.
Madam Chair, I just have a comment too, if I can.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Commissioner Renninger, no, I second your sentiments. I think one of the things that I wanted to say is, from a public perspective, our public is very diverse. We have small business owners, we have people that build things on their private property, and one of the things that has been a recurring theme in the past 2 years is the process, the permitting process, the turnaround times, and with the cutting edge technology that SwiftGov provides, we should instantly kind of start to see better turn times on these permits and in the process. So I think we're definitely going in the right direction with the things we're having to process. It's going to make things a lot more efficient. So I'm excited about that.
Madam Chair, if I may, one of the things that I found to be most fascinating about my brief with them is the timing of all of this. We have the state legislature imposing some changes that is requiring aspects of the process to be completed far more quickly. And the only way we'd be able to meet some of those restrictions is by onboarding more staff. And so it seems like the timing could not be more perfect in moving in this direction. And so I'm excited to see how this unfolds for us.
Very good. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Passes. And now number 6.
Yes, Madam Chair. The second item is item number 6. It's a study done by Dewberry, which we commissioned almost a year ago, I think. Final report came out it was a 2-phased contract. Do phase 1, then we'll look at phase 2. Phase 1 was completed April of this year, I think, or I'm sorry, February of this year. And it looked at our current facilities and capacity to perform in the courts and the judges and a sheriff for Clay County as it grows. So it was looking at capacity. How much capacity do we have in Clay County currently? And they reported out and they said basically one thing that we have enough capacity to 2035. Okay, well, that's not that far away when you think about if you have to expand and you run out of capacity, you got to expand. So phase 2, well, let me also state one of the, and Gene's up here, one of the problems we've had with that facility was environmental, and there's a lot of finger pointing about air quality, and I think they reported out, maybe Gene, you can tell me, what did they find with air quality in the current structures we have there?
So our current practice is if there's a complaint about the air, we get professionals in there. This one was GLE Air Solutions, came in and did an assessment, and they reported back that the mold spores inside were lower than outside. So in Florida, you do have mold outside, and that's where they compared. There was no issues. So the current facility over there does not have an air problem. And the report that you're reading is what we're identifying is that we're going to run out of square footage here in 2035.
Right.
So the phase 2 is going to go forward with, pending the approval of what does that look like in 2035 with, do we renovate what the current structure is there for better use of the space perhaps, or do we maybe demo one side and build it up on the footprint there to meet the next 25 years or 50-year demand over there? Do we have that capacity? So they'll provide layouts and they'll also provide cost estimates too. So we're in a good time trying to get ahead of it early and be able to budget or plan for it in the future.
I want to point out that this item before us tonight authorizes or contracts with Dewberry to go through task 2.4, which is just to look at the facilities and what is the cost to demo, renovate, or move the whole facility to another site. It doesn't, task 2.4 is the, and that'll be another amendment, I would guess, to the contract, if we get there and approve it, to look at the actual cost of all those or the actual build out of those 3 options. They're going to give us, we called it military ROM, rough order of magnitude. How much would it cost to move the whole facility to another site? How much would it cost to demo the old courthouse? How much would it cost to renovate? Just based on rough orders of magnitude. So this amendment before us tonight just goes to task 2.4, which is about halfway through task 2, and then we'll, at a later date, get a report out from this and see which option we want, 1, 2, or 3. The rigor with which you go with each one of those options is fairly extensive, so you don't want to waste your time on an option that we're not going to approve. So unless you have something else, I'm ready to make a motion to approve item number 6, Dewberry,
Nothing to add if there's any other
for
questions.
task 2.
Right?
I'll
Motion
second.
and a second?
I just have a question. This is a question for Gene. Do you know if the current pace of the study includes any capacity increases we've attempted?
It does. It actually incorporated the state's attorney's office build out into the shell.
Okay.
That was addressed. They did look at the whole, all the square footage over there, whether you determine the shell or not. Overall, with the current square footage, we are going to exceed here in 2035. And what that based on is that the programming from phase one was with the county growth, we're going to have more judges, more state's attorney's office personnel, more clerk's office personnel is going to be in there. And that's what the square footage adds up to in 2035 that we exceed.
Got it. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Very good. All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Good job. Right. We are gonna move right on the dot, 5 o'clock. How about that? All right, we're gonna move on to number 13, public hearing on ordinance and resolution to amend the capital improvement plan and resolution for other budget adjustments. And this has been, staff has asked to continue, but we will still have a public hearing. So I will open public hearing. Anyone like to speak? I'll close public hearing and take a motion.
I move, Madam Chair, that this item be rescheduled for August 11, 2026.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That passes. All right, number 14, final public hearing to consider Comp 26-0002. This item is being re-advertised for an upcoming Planning Commission meeting to be announced. This application is a Flume amendment to change 46.39 acres from Brandonfield Primary Conservation Network to Brandonfield Master Plan Community. And I will open up the public hearing for that. Anyone? Close public hearing. All right, moving on down the road here. Number 15. Final public hearing to consider adoption of Comp 26-0011 and zoning 26-0011. In my district, this application is a small-scale comprehensive plan map amendment to change multiple portions of 2 parcels from and to the following designations: Lake Asbury Village Center, Lake Asbury Master Plan Community, and Lake Asbury Greenway. And then B is this application is a rezoning to change a portion of the single parcel of land from Lake Asbury Village Center to public ownership, and another portion of the same parcel from public ownership to Lake Asbury Village Center. Has any commissioner had any ex parte communications on this matter that need to be disclosed? All right, none? All right, and we're gonna have a swearing in. If anyone's going to speak, if you can come to the center of the room. Anyone? Actually, probably, if you're gonna speak on 15, 16, 15 or 16.
16 and 18.
Yeah, you're not speaking, you're just gonna get sworn in.
Okay.
So if you're speaking on 15, 16, or, is that the only one, Joe? Then everybody come to the center of the room to be sworn in, so you can be on camera. Yes. You can just stand right there in the middle and raise your right hand, and Christy over here will swear you in.
Do you all solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, Ann Doty.
So the applicant for this project is Casey Dendor with ETM. The properties are at the northeast corner of Sand Ridge Road and the First Coast Expressway. There are 2 parcels involved, and I will go through the individual pieces of them that are changing in just a minute. The sites were noticed with signage and mail-outs to all the property owners, which are represented by the pink. The portions that are changing, you can see them on the parcel map and also on the aerial. Aerial's a little easier. You can see the First Coast Expressway, which at the time was still under construction for this aerial, but then you can see Sand Ridge Road is running east-west at the bottom of the map. So the yellow portions that are marked on there are the portions of the property that are actually being changed by these various comp plan amendments and the rezoning action. So first up is the future land use changes. On the left is existing and on the right is proposed. I will give you the zoomed-in version on the next slide, so you don't have to strain your eyes. There are a lot of tiny little pieces at this scale, but they are changing along the line between the green and the pink are most of the little parcels. They're going between Greenway and Village Center, some going from Greenway to Village and some from Village to Greenway. And then there's two rectangles that are Village Center and Master Plan Community that are on the right side along the yellow line there. And that is the future fire station location, which is changing slightly in its orientation. It's a rectangle that is basically started out as an east-west portion, and it's going to a north-south orientation. And these are the zoning maps. I'm sorry, it's a little bit of a, the colors are a little bit of an eye strain, but I'll give you the next page is the zoomed-in version, a little easier to read. It's 2.6 acres change from east-west to north-south. You can see the Village Center is the red color, and the PO, which is publicly owned, that is the zoning for the present fire station site. And when it turns, it will convert the Village Center to PO1. And then the existing PO1 will go to Village Center. So these applications went on June 11th to the Lake Asbury Penny Farms CAC. They voted 8-0 to recommend approval of both of the applications. And on July 7th, the Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval of both applications. And staff's looked at the criteria for the applications and finds that they have been met and also recommends approval. The applicant has a presentation for you, but I would be happy to answer questions.
Anyone? Applicant.
Okay.
Thank you, Dodi, for the presentation. Good afternoon, everyone. Jessica Piedrahita with England, Thames & Miller. And thank you, commissioners and the public, for your time. Today, we're going to discuss a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment and rezoning application.
Is the clicker right beside your hand?
Oh, thank you.
There you go.
Probably should pull the microphone down a little bit too, if you don't mind.
Okay. Today we're going to discuss a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment application and a rezoning application for a site located within the Highland Trail development directly associated with the relocation of Fire Station 15. For reference, as mentioned, the site is within Highland Trail. Highland Trail is located within the Lake Asbury Master Plan area. More specifically, the site is located in the southeastern corner of the Highland Trail development, north of Sandridge Road, immediately west of the First Coast Expressway. For context, back in 2024, we came in to do a land use exchange for Highland Trail associated with the Lake Asbury Village Center, future land use designation, and zoning district. During that time, we allocated or land was designated for the relocation of Fire Station 15. And when the site was chosen, like as Dodi mentioned, it was chosen more like a horizontal design. And then as site engineering progressed, the site kind of took more of a vertical layout. And additionally, 20 acres of greenway was added to the site. But during that time, they were added through aerial interpretation. Now, we field surveyed them, and they're more accurate, and they're district-approved wetlands. So that's how you see the few patches of greenway being added. Now, as you can see, the site took more of a vertical approach, or more of a vertical design. And in the bottom, you can see how the southern portion was allocated to the north. And in summary, the site is, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The site is being reconfigured to allow better engineering and site design. It also improves the emergency response time The amendment is consistent with the Clay County Comprehensive Plan and the Lake Asbury Master Plan. As mentioned, the Citizens Advisory Committee recommended approval unanimously, and the Planning Commission also recommended approval unanimously. And I'm available if you have any questions, and there's also members of the teams here to answer any questions.
Questions?
Madam Chair. And Dodie, you might be able to help with this too. So in my briefing of this, this will also give us the ability for a roadway, right, on the back side of the fire station, if I remember correctly?
We are looking, we did get some land, and probably Richard can better answer that, but there was a realignment having to do with a roadway that was along the First Coast Expressway side.
Right. But I guess what I'm getting at is my understanding in the briefing was this will, the developer would develop that roadway.
I will let Stacy answer.
Hi, Stacy Ruiz, 1 Independent Drive, Suite 1200, Jacksonville 32202. That is correct, Commissioner. NS2, what we call NS2, it's Rolling Hill Boulevard, the extension that's coming in from the south of Sand Ridge. It's a mobility road as well as an APF. It is projected from Sand Ridge to the north to be constructed by the developer. You had a mobility fee credit agreement before you and on the consent agenda for a portion of that road. The developer will also be constructing the road north of the fire station up to future what we call EW1, which will connect then to Verbena. So yes, the NS2 is probably going to, well, it will be coming along a little bit sooner just because of the fire station. So yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else? Okay. All right, I'm gonna open up public hearing, I guess, for this part.
Thank you.
Anyone like to speak? All right, I'll close public hearing and bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I'll make a motion for item, all vote on both of them, right?
No, we're doing A.
Just A, yeah. I'll make a motion to approve item A for the small scale comp plan amendment.
Second motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Good.
Okay.
Very good. And we will go on to B, this application of rezoning to change a portion of a single parcel of land from Lake Asbury Village Center to public ownership one. Did you already go over this, Dodie? You did already go over it. This part. You did. You already went over this part. Yes. Okay, so I'm gonna open up the public hearing for this part. Close public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval of the rezoning for the Lake Asbury Village Center to public ownership.
Second motion.
All right, motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good. Passes unanimously. Excited for that fire station.
And a developer paid road.
And, yes, definitely a road. All right, we're moving on to 16, final public hearing to consider adoption of PUD 25-0009. This application is a rezoning to change 2.46 acres from commercial recreation district to planned commercial development district. This applicant will provide further details regarding the status of the revised application materials. Has any commissioner had any ex parte communications on this matter that need to be disclosed?
I think I did, yes.
All right. Who was? For Agricola. No, this is for.
Turmeric Kitchen.
Turmeric Kitchen. Yep, and you.
I did not.
Did you want to say what it was, or?
Well, it was with the developer as to what
This will be yours.
incorporation of G-Bar into this.
No, we're on,
Okay, which one are we on?
we're on.
16.
Turmeric.
Okay, no, I
Anybody
have
have any on that?
Sorry,
Okay,
I'm at the wrong
No.
one.
all right, and
Oh,
Beth?
25, what am I?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Beth Carson, Director of Planning and Zoning. The applicant for this item is Shandeep Singh, and he is here if you have questions tonight. The agent is Kelly Hartwig. The location of this property is 3075 Highway 17. US 17 and County Road 209, where all that construction is going on right now. The planning district is the Springs, and this is in Commissioner Burke's district. The application would change the zoning designation of 2.45 acres from BB5, which is Commercial Recreation District, to Planned Commercial District. The map on the left is the notification map, and the picture on the right is one of the signs. The signs have been out there a good bit of time because we've continued this item a few times. On the left is the land use map, and the red is the commercial land use designation that runs along both sides of US 17. The purple line, kind of purple area in the middle, is the US 17 corridor. The map on the right is the existing zoning. You'll see that this triangular piece, which is right there north of Mahama Bluff and east of Highway 17 and west of County Road 209, that is the subject property, and it is zone BB5. The adjacent, similar around it, is also commercial of different levels of zoning designation. The subject parcel contains a former convenience store that's been redeveloped as a restaurant. And in 2023, the property was rezoned to the BB5 zoning district to allow the restaurant to sell alcoholic beverages. So because they are looking to redevelop the site with further development, we recommended and have worked with them on a planned commercial development, which allows some flexibility in the design. It also requires a site plan and a written narrative to be part of the ordinance and the defining factors for this project. So the PCD requirement included a list of permitted uses, and these are the uses that have been shown. The applicant is wanting to have smaller scale retail businesses, shipping, beauty salon, tanning salon, as well as professional offices. They may look to have another restaurant, including retaining the current restaurant, contractors' offices, an option for indoor gaming rooms, climbing walls, etc. A banking facility, a drive-through coffee facility may be an option. A liquor store, medical spa would be an example of chiropractor or Botox or acupuncture. Those are the permitted uses by right. Then conditional uses, they're looking to allow service station and medical marijuana treatment center dispensary. The conditional uses listed would, the conditional use that is listed within the BB5 category that would be prohibited from use would be adult entertainment and sexually oriented businesses. That could not occur on this site. They had to define their design guidelines. So they've provided their setbacks, the maximum lot coverage, and the maximum height of the structures would be per the Land Development Code. Maximum floor area ratio is 40%, and the written narrative describes all of this. It also provides the requirements for additional landscape buffering, lighting standards, and the buffers are shown on the site plan. There have been significant changes to the PCD since this process has gone along. One of the questions that was brought up by the Planning Commission was there was an outside storage language in there, and that has been removed and clarified to say that there can be outdoor retail display, but it's limited in size and cannot be out overnight. So it's limited to just being in front of the door, essentially, of the retail operation. Phase 1 will include landscaping and screening adjacent to County Road 209. The landscape requirements have been amended to match the county's requirements to include shrub height at the time of planting. And the lighting standards were revised to be limited to 0-foot candles at the property and have pole lights. Any pole lights within 50 feet of the property have to have an automatic shut off at 10 p.m. This is the site plan. You see they're showing, you see where the restaurant is located about 2/3 of the way down. And they're looking to add 2 other buildings as well as a possible drive-through coffee shop, which is at the northern part. The Springs CAC voted 6-0 to recommend approval of this rezoning. Now, they saw a different plan, which had an additional building on it and had a broader use, list of uses. Since that time, it's been refined down to this list. That did not go back to them because it was less intense from what they had originally seen. Based on the criteria in the staff report and the revised narrative and site plan provided by the applicant, staff recommends approval of PUD 2509. The Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval of this item. And again, the owner is here if you have any questions, or I can answer questions.
I thought you had said that they wanted them to remove the sign. I don't see that on there. Who was that?
Goodness, that may have been at the Planning Commission level.
It was at Planning Commission.
Yeah, they're not in favor of that pole sign.
Okay. So that's not,
I didn't include that. I can go back and double check that.
Do we have signage?
There is signage in the PCD, and
I'm talking about in that area. Do we have rules on those other businesses or?
yes, there's general
Marquee.
signage standards, yes.
Okay. This was just grandfathered in, I guess, because it was a gas station. Okay. Okay. Anybody have any questions yet?
I have a question for Beth. Do we have the ability to eliminate conditional uses?
You could have, the applicant could remove the conditional uses from the, yes, the list of uses.
Okay. I was good with the approved uses, but the second part of conditional I was not in favor of, so.
What part was that?
The gas and medicinal marijuana.
It was a gas station prior to
Mm-hmm.
what it is now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyone else? Hold on one second. Okay, so applicant want to speak, or is your representative here?
Want me to speak? I can.
Okay.
Specifically on the conditional uses, if that's a question.
Yeah, I guess, Mike, how you doing, sir? My question would be, would you be willing to remove those as conditional uses for the property?
I would prefer not to. If there's any specific concern, we can probably try to address, since it was a gas station before, just in case ever in the future it becomes a gas station again, that shouldn't be an issue. And the other is a medical marijuana treatment facility or just a sale place. We are probably more amenable to that, and if there's specific concerns or restrictions to that, we'll be definitely mindful of that and try to accommodate.
I mean, I would personally, I'm just one commissioner, but I'd feel better with, I'm okay with the gas station. Not thrilled about it, but I'm okay with it, but the other one I'm not. That's a non-negotiable for me. I can't support it if it's in there.
TJ, if it keeps if it keeps us from approving it, would you take it out?
The medical marijuana part?
And gas?
Not the gas, because we are, as I said, we're moving ahead. That's why I was going to say maybe we can get a continuance on this one. We are moving ahead on the site and the project that we want, but as I said, in the future, because there's already gas tanks there, we need to remove them anyways, and we want to see if we want to work around it or not. But is there a concern about it being a gas station in the future when it already was a gas station? I guess.
Did someone else? I'll refrain for a second. Did you have something else you wanted to say?
No, so I don't contest the gas station, but I do contest the medical marijuana facility. You have a second in me. We've had this conversation as a board before, and I was in the minority, so at least one more.
I think we can remove the medical marijuana part if that's what's most of the concern from your part.
Okay. Did anybody else have a question for him?
I think I'm in agreement actually on that, with the location to the residences. I mean, I think the one that I wouldn't speak in generalizations. I think there was one other time that I voted in favor. It was a completely different situation for me. It was a one on Blanding Boulevard in a shopping center, very different than this. And I know it's Highway 17, but I agree, there's too much residential right there around it. And parking and all, it's just not
it was a gas station before our rules about gas stations changed, and so I'm not even sure it would meet our current code for a gas station, but I can't speak on that completely now. But my question was about the sign. So I know the Planning Commission wanted the tall sign taken down, and it is an eyesore. And especially with that, the change in that intersection with the traffic pattern and the lights, I was interested in seeing that taken down.
What's your feelings on that, CJ?
I'm sorry?
What's your feelings on taking the sign down?
We're amenable to refurbish it, amend it, make it look better. And actually, there is another monument sign, a 10-feet sign in the PCD on the other side. So since this one's already there, it'll be too much to take it down. We'll refurbish it. You know, it's already there as grandfathered. And we'd have a better monument 10-feet sign towards Russell Road, as it says on the PCD. And as I said, we definitely want to make sure that it looks more presentable, and so we're willing to completely refurbish it.
I have two other clarifying questions. The so let's say you were able to put a coffee drive-through. Would the plan my two questions are, would people enter at the 17, if they're going northbound on 17, would they enter at the 17 entrance, go through the parking lot, get the coffee? Would they spill out onto 209? Is that how they would exit?
So all three entrances to this parcel are a two-way entry and exit. So the flow of traffic is such where anybody can enter and exit all three directions and flow it around. Just because to accommodate that, we have eliminated the retention pond and made an underground retention pond. So that way we have a continuous smooth flow of traffic, and it can be accessed, egress, ingress, and inbound and outbound from all three directions.
Okay. And you may know this or not, but Richard would know. For people traveling 17 southbound, are they going to be able to come in the 17 entrance?
Yes.
There is a median
They
break?
can't turn left into it.
I'm sorry?
They can't turn left on going to 17 South.
No, I'm sorry. So south, so if people coming from Green Cove can make a right into the parcel on 17. Yeah, so if people coming from Fleming Island would have to go to 209 entrance to the back and then come in.
Oh, the back entrance, okay, yeah. But they can't come in the 17
They can't
side.
come
Okay,
through 17, no.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense.
So, Madam Chair, Christie pulled up the minutes from the Planning Commission meeting, and there was a motion by Ralph Puckhaber, seconded by Michael Bure, to build the monument sign that the gentleman spoke about and remove the 35-foot sign, and it passed the Planning Commission 7-0. And to limit the height to 35 feet. And I apologize, I missed all that.
So that would be a requirement if we pass that.
I'm sorry, what were the two?
That would be to eliminate, to take away your tall sign and replace it with a marquee, not to leave it there. So, I mean, we'll be voting, but that is what passed at Planning Commission. So after a public hearing, we'll be discussing all that.
Okay.
Okay? Anybody
And
else
what was
have
the
any
second
questions?
thing? Just the sign, right?
The marquee, yeah.
The marquee sign.
And the height.
The height as it
Of the
stands
new
would meet
buildings.
the land development code. I think it's 35 feet. You could so that should be fine, right?
No, it has to be removed though, because the Planning Commission approved that if we approve it.
Hold on, let her read what actually. Height of the buildings.
Go ahead.
The height of the buildings was the 35-foot limit.
Height of
Yeah,
the buildings.
we would prefer 36, as per our calculations. I mean, I can show you a nice rendering of it. It looks beautiful with nice facade and offices on top and very nice stucco brickwork and all that. But if it's 3-story, if you have a 10-foot first floor with a 2-foot for utilities, AC and ductwork and all, that's only 12 foot. So times 3 should be 36 or 37. My developer, my architect and what we're designing, we would have preferred 36, 37 feet. It's 2 feet or 3 feet, but it comes in nicely with the aesthetics of it and makes it look prettier as compared to just a block, restricted by the height. We'd have to make not as pleasing aesthetics that I would like to make if 3 feet makes a difference.
Beth?
If that's what you choose. I mean, typically it's limited to the building code, and the building code is related to the type of construction, is the limitation on the height is based on the materials that are part of the construction, so.
And 35 is the
There's
building code?
really no limit in commercial. It's defined by the building code and the materials used.
Sorry, I'm getting
There's
a
a
little
limit in
confused.
residential, but in commercial, there's not, because it's built differently.
So where did the 35 number come from?
Yeah.
I
Like, if
believe
that's- if
the
that's not in
planning
the
commission.
code,
Yeah, the planning commission.
They
I believe
just
that
picked
was just brought
35?
up. Yeah, based
I
on
am-
3 stories.
To limit
and-
it?
Yeah,
What was the reason, though?
I'm,
Why?
sorry.
Hold on a sec, CJ.
based on 3 stories, just thinking 35 feet for the 3 stories.
Okay. All right, I
I'm
think, I
not-
don't think you need to talk on that right now yet. I think,
Okay,
you know,
you're not talking about the height thing right now?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We'll get with that
Because
later.
I have a rendering, I was not able to show in there about, I don't know if I can show it on all, but that's the rendering we are hoping to achieve, and that is a pretty site plan, I don't know if y'all can see it.
How tall is that?
This is 37 and a half, almost 38 feet over here.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions right now? Okay, we're gonna have a public hearing, okay?
Okay.
All right. Open the public hearing, and I have Kathy Knight first.
Kathy Knight, 1394 Muhammad Bluff Road. I'm very concerned about the buffer on 209. That's why I'm here more than anything. Right now on 209, majority of the people that go up and down are residents of not only Muhammad Bluff Road, but Pleasant
Hold
Point.
the microphone to your mouth, Kathy, please.
But Pleasant Point and Riviera Estates, even the St. John's Apartments. So the majority right now are the residents. Now, the opening that he's got on 209 and the coffee shop and all that, now we're going to have traffic. So I would like to see more of a buffer that's more substantial than just some bushes and trees. Bushes and trees die. Will they be required to replace them? Is that in writing somewhere? I would like to see a brick wall, block wall, something that is more secure, and it would help his business too, I would think. The people who want to rent those offices, I would think would be more pleasantly surprised to see something nicer than just trees and bushes. And I would like to, for y'all, before you even say yes, at least consider that and discuss it and make sure that we're protected, not just the people that are going to go to the businesses and the coffee shops, but us, the residents. Thank you.
All right, and Eddie Knight?
Thank you, and thank you for all you do. I definitely agree with what Kathy said about the barrier wall. It's a residential area that's been there for many, many years, and we're not opposed to the business, but we are opposed to we do want something more substantial than just a shrubbery for our privacy. And, you know, again, we're not opposed to his business. He seems to be very agreeable, you know, to want to work with the people. And that's basically all I have to say. If he could modify his plans to give something a little bit more substantial on that wall on 17, possibly vinyl panels, something like that, something that's going to be aesthetically good for us and functionally as well. That's what we would like, and we appreciate everything.
Thank you, Mr.
y'all-
Knight. Anyone else? Go ahead, sir.
Noel Saubers, 417 River Birch Lane, Fleming Island. And I was at that planning commissioners meeting, and there was a lot of discussion that went on through here, and I see the details that come up now that you guys are going to vote on are very vague. When they come back, there's a lot of detail about the fencing or the screening or the trees, and it just comes back as a screen in the thing, which can be interpreted however you want. And that's a way to get around stuff. The way I look at stuff is They are vendors, and we need to tell them what we want and make it in hard code writing, because they'll come back and move everything. They talked about marijuana shop where they didn't really want it, that I believe the planning commission, and they said they'd go back and talk about it, but it seems as though they just voted for it anyway. The parking, there was discussion about the parking and how much of it they needed, and it looks like that just has disappeared. The sign, yes, was a discussion, and they said they'd work it out, and it looks like they have. I don't think anything's gonna really change. They talked about the building height, and now all of a sudden you guys are just gonna pick one number, he picks a number, and the planning commission picks another. What is it? Who's gonna do what? You guys have all these questions that are still sitting here, and you're gonna vote, boom, and it's over, and then they'll just do what they want based on the fact that the thing is written so vague. I was in an industry where I dealt with vendors all the time. I didn't trust them. I didn't trust them to go a millisecond with me. That's what they do. They say what they want. They tell you what you want to hear, and then boom, they just move on because you guys buy it. That's all I have to say now. But I have no interest in that area. But still, I went to the planning commission, and what he's talking about versus what they discussed and what's up here, I don't see any semblance between them.
Thank you, sir. And could you fill out a card, please?
No, I'll go fill one out.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
came in a little late.
Yeah, if you could just fill it out and give it to them. Thank you. All right, anyone else? All right, and you have a card already?
I have a card,
Okay.
I haven't given it. Good evening, and thank you very much for listening to us. I'm inclined to be for businesses opening, and I'm sure that this gentleman is going to have a good operation, but I think that we all that were listening were also concerned about the vagueness and nothing definitive, and then it came to a point of 35 feet, which I listened to the planning and zoning board members and was very interested in what they said. And I would really like to see something more definitive written down. And I had come up when they had the idea about the vegetation, and I believe that if it's watered and fertilized and taken care of, it's fine. Otherwise, you get weeds and brush, and the lightning hits it, falls down, and who's going to maintain it? My suggestion, and I realize it's an additional cost, but I think it would be a cost that would enhance the property, would be to have a 6-foot-high brick wall. Going down 220, when you see the residential areas, probably about 1.5 miles from 17, you see that they have a brick wall. It not only enhances what we see from the road, but it gives privacy. And that would also help that business. It would give privacy, and we'd see something attractive. And then, I'm not for the vinyl or the paneling or whatever it is either. I'm 82. I plan to live to be 102. And I want my property. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't give you my name and address. My name is Joan Baisley. I live at 3144 Baisley Road. We built our house in 1975. They tell you about building new windows because it'll help your resale value. I'm not interested in resale value. I want to stay there. I want the community to be enhanced. And I think that this business can enhance it, and with a barrier that is permanent and attractive and makes our neighborhood safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baisley. Anyone else?
Hey, my name is David Napier. My address is on file. Just wanted to talk to y'all again about these flock cameras that y'all have posted around
This
town.
is not, this is just for the public hearing for this item, so you can wait for a public comment to speak about that if you'd like.
Okay, when will that be? At the end of the meeting?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And then make sure, go ahead and get a card in the back so you'll have that.
He has one.
Oh, great, okay, all right. Anybody else for this item? Okay, I'll close public hearing and bring it back to the board, and I need to ask questions, Beth. So I don't remember us not seeing the stuff that was talked about in planning commission, because, I mean, I know on my brief, it was spoken about the fence, about the sign. So why is it not in our material here?
Because I missed it and I didn't put it in the PowerPoint.
Okay.
And it was not I didn't include that in the vote, so I apologize for not including that. Your written statement it is an updated written statement, and it does include the height. And if you look at the landscaping section, it details the fence that they've proposed to include.
Okay, tell me about the fence.
It's 6-foot fence, and I do not have the latest in front of me, so you should have the latest, but it's also on the site plan. Should be in buffer B and buffer C, I believe.
I don't have this one.
Should be part of the ordinance, and it should be in the backup material there as well. Yes, but it
You
should
can't
look.
think about the fence? Buffers, yeah. It's page 7 for you.
I can't find it on this new thing.
Page 5 of 8 of the written statement, exhibit 2.
Ours was changed. That's why the
here we
numbers
go.
are different.
We have a new program for our agendas, which is
So what did you say it's
challenged right
under
now.
again? Which part?
It should be part of the written narrative. Exhibit D looks something like this, but it should also be in the ordinance. If you can
Ordinance,
find
okay,
the
got it.
ordinance.
I just remember you saying something about a fence with columns or something in it, and I don't know where that would be.
That is in the landscaping description.
That's the C buffer. Listed on the very bottom there, the C buffer, or buffer C.
What is that made of? They may know what that fence is made of, and
It
I'm
says,
reading
it just
from the-
says opaque fencing. There's no details as far as whether it's gonna be wood or vinyl.
The 6-foot opaque fence, vinyl fence with masonry columns, minimum every 100 feet.
masonry columns.
Every 100 feet, vinyl connecting.
It said vinyl, or it didn't say vinyl?
This says opaque fence, vinyl fence.
Okay, and then as far as the parking, wasn't there another building in there before and now there isn't? So it's allowing for more parking?
Originally, they had more. The CAC reviewed a plan that had more buildings on it. The parking would be evaluated every time a portion of the site comes into DRC. We would be reviewing it to make sure that there's adequate parking for the entire site, so it never is deficient.
Okay, so that doesn't have to all be evaluated right now?
Correct.
Okay.
They have based their parking on some general guidelines, though, for retail.
Okay, is it gonna be clear cut? Is all that woods and gonna be behind your restaurant gonna be gone? Can I ask you that? Are you clear cutting everything behind your restaurant?
Yes, the site plan, as it stands, you're only gonna have the shrubbery behind. All that parcel in between would be the parking. The fence is a vinyl fence, and we've had 3 buffers, A, B, and C, as we discussed. We went back and forth 3 times from the planning commission, and they had a lot of questions, a lot of good input, and that's what we come up with. So yeah, to answer your question, yeah, the whole site would be flat, and then we're gonna have the landscape barriers as per the code, and enhanced some with the concrete poles with 6-foot vinyl fences all around and the stuff. So yeah, the whole parcel would be graded and flattened, and shrubbery only in place as it shows on that landscape plan.
Okay, so, if you're, okay, down in this, the bottom is Muhammad Bluff, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so behind the restaurant, from Muhammad Bluff pretty much all the way to your building, why, we don't really need to clear cut that, do we? I mean, it's gonna be the same as it is now. Why would you do anything, why would you do, what?
We need parking.
Oh, you need parking in the back, oh,
We need whole parking and also flow of traffic because as you see, we have 3 entrances, so that
Mhm.
it's a design so that traffic can flow freely inside the parcel. And
okay, all right,
access.
I didn't see that. Okay, so what is your feelings on the wall or fence or?
Not, we've already amended a few times to match planning commission and what's required. I think if you look at a concrete post vinyl fence, it is not opaque. It is, I mean, it's, you can't see on each side. We currently have one 6 foot high. I think the brick wall is an overkill. There is no parcel behind us. There is only one parcel. And the whole neighborhood or people that I think are speaking this, they're further down the street. But I think the 6 foot fence in a vinyl, white, nice aesthetic, opaque fence around it would accomplish what it is. It's an already overkill. We've already agreeing to do a sidewalk on the front that we have to, amongst other stuff.
Well, please don't say it's overkill. It's overkill for you,
I'm sorry.
but these people have lived here all their life, you know, for years. So it's not overkill for them, so let's don't say
I
that.
completely understand that, yes, they would want, I mean, they also wanted a 100-foot, it came up 3 times at the planning commission, they wanted a 100-foot barrier or setback and a 50-foot setback. It started from a lot more, and I think we've come to a happy medium.
That never hurt to ask, right?
I mean, of course, no,
Yeah.
that's of course not. And came to a happy medium and and stuff where I think the concerns will be met that there'll be no visibility. So if there's a brick wall or a vinyl fence that's anchored in concrete, we cannot see on the other side at all. So.
Well, there's woods there now.
I'm sorry?
There's woods there now.
There's woods there now, yeah. No, we have one, I don't know if anybody's visited the site. We have one
pass it
where
every day.
it's separated. I don't know, wish I have a picture. In the front right now, next to the restaurant, so I hide the shrubbery behind it. So there's vinyl fence. You can't see even the shrubbery behind it from our current parking lot for aesthetics sake. And I think that'll achieve that and some when it's all around on 209.
Okay, so is there a certain buffer here that you're saying you would like to do? Are you saying buffer A? Is that what you're talking about?
I am not sure. Kelly Hartwig, who is the landscape engineer and who's representing, he could not be here right now. We went 3 times to the planning commission, and trust me, they all were a lot more strict and you know. So we worked with them. I'm not even sure the heights of that ABC, which I see what it is, but he's designed as per the current code and agreed to other, which I'm okay with. So I think it's a good plan. We went 3-4 times and achieves the 6 foot barrier, what we're asking about. And the shrubbery, I think, and Beth can probably answer more because she was the landscape director at some point. And I think with the additional landscaping, what we've agreed to was agreeable and I think achieves the purpose what we're trying to do.
All right. Anyone else have anything else right now? Questions for CJ?
I'm sorry?
Anybody have any questions for him right now?
I do have a
Go ahead.
question. The recommendation is take down a 35-foot pole sign and embed a monument sign. Are you in agreement with that, I guess is my question. That's what the planning commission recommended, because we're gonna vote on it.
I understand they did recommend that. I would prefer not to, but if it has to, it has to. As I said, we agreed to refurbish it properly, look at aesthetically better, because the thing is that it's, first of all, it's grandfathered and it's old, and we could probably use it nicely for now, since that Russell Road cannot come in directly, there's already a issue getting into it and visibility. That pole sign would help us, or was needed from having traffic recognize from further away from Fleming Island what the new places are. We're looking at and talking at some other, don't quote me to it, but we're discussing with a UPS store, other retail where if it's new, that people would be able to recognize from a little bit further away that this pole sign achieves. And we're building all this and spending all that to do the best that we can aesthetically. Trust me, we will refurbish it to the best of its ability as it currently stands. But because of this weird traffic flow and recognizing what's the current new businesses are coming, and we want people zipping by, that pole sign would be very, very much come in use and required for our recognition purposes of what kind of businesses are there on that site.
Oh, yeah.
That's the only question I had.
Anybody else?
I just got one clarifying question. So when when it says opaque fencing, what are we, from the development perspective, what does that mean?
It can't be shadow box fencing. It has to be solid fencing with
Okay.
like no visibility through it.
Okay.
So the plastic, 6-foot white plastic would meet that requirement.
Vinyl.
Or you could do, well, in this case it says vinyl, but you could do a wood fence, but this case says vinyl. But there can be no gap between the boards.
And the problem with the white is it can start to look terrible after a while, and is it gonna be taken care of?
I would agree to the contrary. We were debating to put a wood as compared to the white vinyl. Vinyl is easily pressure washed or washable as compared to a wood. We can paint the wood. I mean, if you prefer the wood, we can do wood and paint it. But I mean, vinyl, I think white vinyl, that's what I chose for the current restaurant, looks more
Yeah, vinyl looks good. We're just saying if it makes, as long as you're gonna pressure wash it, as long as you're gonna take care of it, you see fences falling down and,
This is going to be a leased property, a triple net lease with multiple businesses in Stakeover where they would be responsible for their portion of maintenance, insurance, and taxes. So we're going to have a property management on site. Then all the tenants, including the offices and other retailers, would contribute just like a professionally managed retail development. And they all have to chip in, and it's everybody's interest of all the tenants to have that vinyl fence look pretty for customers to come to them to maintain it, pressure washed wise.
in the same respect, they're also gonna be chipping in on any other costs you're having here. And we want it to look nice, the residents want it to look nice, so, okay. Anyone else? All right, here's what I would prefer. I definitely want the sign down and a marquee. I mean, my business in Fleming Island, we have little tiny marquees. That's all we're allowed. Everybody finds out where we are. That's, you're gonna be able to do better than that probably.
That's the difference between Fleming Island and stopping traffic on Highway 17, where this is the only development for a little bit, and we're trying to get businesses and instead of a standalone box gas station, which people can stop for a gas station. So that's the problem with if you're in a community where there's a lot of traffic they're stopping. On this case, it's on the highway, and there's not a immediate other commercial developments or around where people to make a specific trip to get to this location. So that's the challenge of being on Highway 17 as compared to a similar development in a densely populated area, in my opinion.
Is there a rule with the marquee signs?
Monument signs.
Monument signs?
We have policy that establishes the maximum size for the
So what would be
monument signs.
maximum size?
I don't know that offhand, but there are limitations on it.
Sorry to interject, the written statement says that the monument sign will be limited to a maximum square footage of 250 square feet and not to exceed 10 feet above average ground. That's for the second sign that's contemplated on the top. This, as currently written, the freestanding sign is to remain. And if it's replaced, it must be replaced with a monument sign per the code section 7-30A.
You talking the pole sign?
Yes.
The pole sign, yes.
Where does it say that? Because I thought planning commission, you're talking, not because of what they approved, you're talking about in our code right now?
In the written statement for this PUD right now.
Oh, that's what they want to do?
Yeah.
Correct, yes, okay.
Oh.
So they're saying that it would be 10 foot tall. That's the applicant.
Correct.
Okay, so, but we don't know what our code is.
It's in the written statement. As far as the code, no, I don't know it offhand. But that would match
So,
if they were.
if I may suggest, so we can write, or in the future, we do change the pole sign. It cannot, we can be amenable to, once the development is done and up and running for a number of years, 3, 4 years, 5 years, we can, and when it's widely recognized what this establishment business is and develops, and after a number of years, if we take the pole sign down, it'll be replaced with a marquee sign. I think that'll be helpful.
I'm not for that. I'm not for that at all. My business is in a condo building with tons of other businesses. It's my job to get out and advertise and tell people where I am. Your building, your area is definitely gonna be visual. I mean, we sit at the traffic light, we look across the street. Everybody in the area is gonna know what that is. So I don't think you're gonna have to worry about that. It is an eyesore. It needs to come down. I'm sorry, and you add another marquee, monument sign. That's what I want. I'm only one commissioner. As far as the height, I don't know what to do about the height. I mean, 35 was what was there, what the planning commission said. I mean, you had said 36 probably could do.
It's 37 3/4 or 38 as per our rendering of the nice aesthetic facade we want to do with stucco and a canopy coming off from it. So that's what the height calls for, 37.5, 38. We would prefer that. If not, if you approve 35, we'll have to make it like I don't want to take names like in Green Cove or other big, just brick blocks, like plain vanilla box building. I would like to make it a little better, but if you do 35, that's fine too. But mine calls for 37 3/4 if we want to make it aesthetically nice and with the hanging. And I wish you could see this rendering, but it's not that's fine. But as I said, it takes about 10 foot plus 2 foot for utilities. In total, it'd be 37 3/4 what it calls for mine.
Okay, I'm against the medical marijuana. I'm actually against the gas station. I don't think a gas station's gonna, in their right mind's gonna wanna go back in there, but, no medical marijuana. And the, buffer C is what, I would recommend. And what else am I not? And then I'll let someone else figure out the height, because I have no idea if that's even that big a deal. I don't know what the planning commission, why they said 35.
I can imagine why. Because this is becoming a shopping center on a part of 17 that was not intended to be a shopping center. Like all the other commercial, I'm a no on this. So I'll just go ahead and say that, I'm a no. Because of, doesn't just front 17. And all the other commercial on both sides, even the grocery, or whatever, whatever, Winn-Dixie, and I guess it's gonna be an Aldi and whatever goes in there. All of this is only the part that fronts 17. And we had the whole conversation across the road. It was a big lift for us to get the CPA office in there. And it was a big lift to get it to be 2 stories.
Just a 2-story.
And at 38 feet, you're halfway to 4 stories. You're 3.5 stories high, almost. And so I think that's why they limited it. They were trying to limit, to what the code says at the 35 feet, to just keep it the 2 stories or the 3-story, or whatever it was. But with the little at the top. But this is just, I can't imagine those folks that live behind this. This is a lot more than, even if the lights turn off at 10 p.m., there's a 6-foot fence buffer. If you have a 2-story house there's light coming in your bedroom windows, even if you have blinds.
It's just the one home, but I think.
But there is resident, all of that back, there's residential. So what if it were to be developed?
Yeah.
And so everything behind it, everything to that side of that, on that map back there is zoned residential.
Beth, what is allowed for the commercial recreation district that's already there?
Well, the purpose to go to that was the alcohol, but it can have different recreational type uses. And
Like how many buildings could actually go on there, like without them, already?
No, there's really no limit. There's a floor area ratio that would limit it to the amount of development. And again, I don't have that with me, but.
Does that limit the height, like as it's currently zoned?
It factors in the height, each floor area, each floor, the square footage as well. Depending on how many you have together, it limits the amount you could potentially have on the whole site. So there would be a limitation on that.
When I was in favor of this, when it was just the one building and then they were gonna build the second building beside it. And I even supported the alcohol because I understand for a restaurant, most people, a lot of people expect that, not most people, a lot of people do expect it. So I was fine to support that, but I didn't know it was the whole block, so.
Did you see the plan? There was a lot more than this on it.
No, I just have seen this.
Yeah. It went to DRC with quite a bit more.
Oh.
So if it please, we can limit it to 35 feet. That's right on the floor area ratio to 40%. That would limit that's the size of development we can do on a parcel like this. If 30 feet, 5 feet is what your determining factor is, we can do that, and we can remove the medical marijuana part of it and keep the buffer C if that would get you all to vote. Just to point out, this is businesses coming. This is sales tax coming, impact fee coming, mobility coming, employment coming.
How many businesses are you planning on putting in there, TJ?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, how many businesses are you planning on putting in there?
So depending upon, the square footage is fixed. It's 8,000 square footage of retail and 900 square feet coffee shop within existing stuff. So this is not residential that a developer develops and leaves. We live here. So these are all the additional benefits: employment, impact fee, mobility fee, sales tax, property tax that the county is getting out of it. I think with all the residential you all have done over here in the last so many years, we need, that's why I think there's a need for it, for a commercial. So having said that, I'll leave it to you if, I think.
Y'all wouldn't have done a lot of residential that is here, trust me. We didn't do it.
Okay.
Okay, and the 8,000 is with both buildings?
Yes, so there's 5,000 square feet on the building B and 3,000 something on the building C. So there's only 8,000 square feet of retail on the bottom. And a coffee shop, sorry, with an existing restaurant.
If we don't approve it, what are you gonna do then?
Sell it to a gas station? Is the gas station interested?
I think it would have been a great area for a gas station right there on the edge, on that corner. I think Richard and I told you that.
Yeah, I know, but we're talking 8, 9 businesses with employment and of this benefit that I told you, as compared to a gas. It depends what we all want for the quality of life in Clay County and Green Cove and what kind of future.
But did you hear what Commissioner Conan said to you? I mean, that wasn't what this area was meant for.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not anti-commercial development. You'll hear me say that later. And we understand, look, we support, we understand that the public wants property tax reform and relief, and that commercial helps that, so I hear you on that. But that doesn't mean that that doesn't mean that this commissioner is gonna vote to just put commercial development where it was not intended. And again, it's that it takes up the whole section for me, and that we just had the conversation across the road, literally across the road. And so that's where I stand, but I'm not anti-commercial development. I understand that it brings jobs but here's the other thing too.
and these are services, I get that people will look for. The
Chiropractor.
however is, they are not high-wage jobs. So it's not the same as medical, commercial or those kinds of things. And I talked with, in my district, I have a business owner who went out of business. And he was a used car salesman, and he closed his business. And he said, Betsy, I can't sell cars to the people that work at the Burger King that's across the road from me, or the Dollar Tree that is on the opposite corner from me. And this was in Middleburg on Blanding Boulevard. So I'm not unfamiliar with the situation. I understand, but if you want a cup of coffee, the racetrack is across the road. I think it's racetrack. And the speedway's right down the road. And so I don't know. I live in an area, we don't have a lot of services, by choice. So I just feel, and here's the other thing too, in some of these newer developments, so, I know there's commercial development down in Laurelton, there's, commercial development in, being talked about on on 16 in Green Cove. But the difference for me is that if I move into a subdivision that has a commercial section and then residential, one, as one of the speakers pointed out, there's often a brick wall that separates. But secondly, I know what I'm moving into. But for these people who've lived there for 50 years, and that's not what they're moving into. They're not choosing that. And so that's just where I feel like we've changed the zoning on this once. I was comfortable with that. I'm not comfortable with this.
Is that your motion?
Yes, I'll make a motion to deny.
I have a motion to deny.
I'll second the motion.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So there was nothing down here, correct?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a no for me.
All right, and that's 3-2. Thank you, CJ.
Thank you.
All right, number 17, first final public hearing to consider transmittal of comp 26-0009. This application is a flume amendment to change approximately 1264 acres from agriculture and commercial to planned community. This property is proposed to be added to the Governor's Park DRI and PUD. Beth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for the delay. I grabbed the wrong one. This is a large-scale comprehensive plan, future land use amendment. And this is being presented to you with the question of whether you care to transmit this item to the state. The applicant is Governor's Park Property Holdings, LLC, and the Clay Dairy Property Holdings. Kevin Kramer is representing them, and he is here today if you have any questions. The agents are Ellen Avery Smith with Rogers Towers, and Ray Spofford and Casey Dender from England, Timms and Miller. The intersection of 16 West and Springbank Road is the location of this property. This is what's been referred to as the G-Bar Ranch land. This is located within the Springs Planning District. Commissioner Burke, this is also your district. This is 7 parcels and 3 partial parcels as well. And the request is to change the future land use designation of 1,265 acres approximately from ag and commercial to planned commercial to be incorporated into the Governor's Park DRI. The map on the left is the notification map, and these are the individuals we reached out through the mailings. The applicant provided these signs, which is an option we do when there are large acreage and many signs required, so these are the signs that were put out there. Map on the left indicates the location of the property. You can see it's on the east side of Springbank Road, south of US 16, very near the First Coast Expressway. And the aerial is located on the right. The map on the left is the existing land use. The white indicates that it is agriculture, and there is a tiny portion which is commercial in the upper left portion, up at 16. And they're proposing to take it to planned community, which is the same as Governor's Park, which is what is the teal area immediately south of it. The plan is to incorporate this land ultimately into the Governor's Park DRI. With that, they are not entitling this land separately. It would be a matter of just spreading the entitlements that are part of Governor's Park over this land. There's a little bit of a shift in the proposed uses, with the residential shifting a little bit, and there is additional commercial that is being proposed to be located on this land. There will be companion applications coming to you in September. One is a development order, which is associated with the Governor's Park. That would be to add this land and add the additional entitlements. And there will also be a PUD application to define the zoning that would fall under the planned community. Comp 26-9, staff finds that the criteria for the comprehensive plan amendment have been met and recommend transmittal of this item to the state. The Planning Commission voted 7-0 to recommend approval for transmittal of this item, and the Springs CAC voted 3-3 to recommend approval of this item. And the agents for the applicant have an additional presentation that they would like to make. I'd be happy to answer questions if you have them or defer to later.
Anybody have any questions?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Ellen Avery Smith, Rogers Towers, 100 Whetstone Place in St. Augustine. I didn't even wear my highest heels today. Before I begin, I am never in charge of the remote control, even at home. So is there a remote control for the PowerPoint presentation?
Somebody must have taken it. It was there earlier.
Next slide.
Yes.
I'd be
Yeah,
happy
just tell her.
to.
We'll do
Okay.
that.
I'm
We'll
happy
do
to.
that way because I have a printed out copy. So we're just going to wing our way through this. Thank you very much. Okay, so the first slide, obviously, I've already introduced you to myself, Ellen Avery Smith. And behind me, obviously, is Kevin Kramer, who Ms. Carson already introduced you to. He is with the landowner group, and there are two landowners that we will identify in just a minute as we go through the presentation. Also from England, Timms and Miller are Casey Dendor, Reed McDaniel, and also Thomas Hatcher. And then you look at the roster of all of our consultants for this project, many of whom aren't here, but if we need them for our subsequent hearings, we know where to find them. Next slide, please. As Ms. Carson mentioned to you, this is a transmittal hearing for a comprehensive plan amendment to change a future land use map. This application will marry up with an application to modify the Governor's Park DRI, which was approved by your board or a subsequent board in 2008, and also the Governor's Park PUD. So we're adding the 1,265-acre G-Bar Ranch property, spreading the entitlements from the existing Governor's Park DRI and PUD onto this land. And we're going to talk about that, and also talking about increasing the commercial and medical office within Governor's Park itself, and I'll show you that up on the map, and then to change the phasing. So if you'll go to the next slide, please, and thank you for the help. Okay, so if you look at the map, the existing map on the left, you see State Road 16, and you see the proposed Clay Dairy Parkway, which was formerly known as Green Cove Springs Bypass, and how it goes south from State Road 16 to intersect with the First Coast Expressway, and then loops east through Governor's Park and connects to US 17. That is the current plan for Governor's Park. And then you see the Agricola property, which we will talk about in the next application below that. You also note on this map, the yellow dash line is what you call the development area boundary or the urban service boundary. So if you look at the map on the right-hand side, when you see you see the G-Bar Ranch, that's the property that we're talking about here, the 1,265 acres. It is now owned by Clay Dairy Property Holdings. It was owned by the Gustafson family and used for years as a cattle ranch. And so now we're planning to incorporate that property into Governor's Park and then continue the roadway network, as you see on the right, having Clay Dairy Parkway cross under or over, I'm not quite clear on that, but anyway, intersect with the First Coast Expressway and then proceed down through Governor's Park into Agricola and then to connect to US 17. So a new master roadway section for this region to alleviate traffic on US 17. Next slide, please. The comp plan amendment, as Ms. Carson mentioned to you, is to go from agriculture on the left side and a little bit of commercial to planned community, again with the idea to match the planned community future land use with the planned community future land use designation that already exists for Governor's Park. Next slide, please. So if you look at this map, for existing improvements that are being done within Governor's Park, just to give you an update. So you see the Clay Dairy Parkway that is in the pink color. It is already under construction. The part that's shown on this map should be completed next year, and the estimated construction cost of that is $22 million. Then in the green color, you see the First Coast Expressway ramps. Those should start construction later on this year and be finished by 2028. That's an estimated construction cost of $40 million to tie into the First Coast Expressway. And then the road that you see in the red color is called Chaplet Road. That started construction this year, will be completed next year at an estimated cost of $3 million. And then you see the purple color that's called Medallion Parkway, Boulevard, Briny Breeze Drive, and Langley Drive. That construction will commence this year. It will be completed next year, and that's an estimated cost of $17 million. So that's for Governor's Park as approved today. And then if you go to the next slide, the idea is to build on those roadway improvements we just talked about. You see the map on the left does not include the G-Bar property. The map on the right includes the G-Bar property, and you also see in the brownish color, you see the commercial node that's proposed on State Road 16 up in the G-Bar land, but most of the commercial is centered around Clay Dairy Parkway at the First Coast Expressway interchange, and that's where the additional commercial square footage and medical, you'll get medical office and a medical campus there that's already proposed, will exist. And we've had some discussions over the last few months about not increasing residential density on this property or in this project. So if you look at the map on the left, that's the existing, and the map on the right is proposed adding in G-Bar. The proposed number of residential units is 7,000, so no increase in residential units. The proposed non-residential is about 2.3 million square feet. Same thing on the table to the right. It's about 2,350,000 square feet. Again, adding more commercial and medical and taking away some light industrial space. Also reducing by 200 hotel rooms. If you look on the left, it's 400 rooms. On the right is 200 rooms, and then leaving in the option of doing a golf course within the DRI. And so again, no additional residential units, just swapping around, non-residential square feet to meet the market. And you were mentioning earlier, high-paying jobs, medical office, really concentrated retail to serve this whole area of South Clay County. That's what the vision of the plan on the right is. And so next slide. I'll finish talking now. So if you have any questions, let me know. And we've got our whole team here. And thank you very much for your attention. And Ms. Carson, thank you very much for the good staff report. She works very hard, and she's to be commended. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep, Madam Chair. How are you?
Doing great, thank you.
So what's the purpose of the reduction in hotel rooms?
I'm going to ask Mr. Kramer to come up. I'm assuming it's market.
Hi, Kevin Kramer, BTI Partners, 4798 New Broad Street, Orlando, Florida, 32814. Really, traffic. You know, we were making sure we were managing the traffic impacts because all of this really builds on a traffic study and, you know, so reduce the 200 hotel rooms, just
And
for traffic.
I don't know if that's something we could look at from a footprint of where they would, or where the hotel would be. It's actually a need in Clay County, especially with all of these people that are going to be living in this area, the expressway being there. I sit on the Tourism Development Council, so we talk about it all the time about our revenues to the county through tourism are capped because we don't have enough hotels. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can unpack that more about the reasoning why with traffic, if it's, you know.
Yeah, and I can add to that also. You know, we've gone out to market, so we've got, you know, very high demand for the non-residential, and it's been very specific about what they're looking for and what they need. So the hotel, I can tell you, if there was a demand for 400 units, it would remain in there. So it had also had to do with what the current demand is. And you'll see the increase in the commercial and office square footage kind of couples with the reduction in industrial. So we did not have demand for the light industrial, but I think a lot of that has to do with the Peters Creek business. You know, I mean, that's a lot of industrial just to our north. So this is the complementary residential. So really, you know, meeting, you know, very precise market demand for what we're getting and balancing that with traffic.
Well,
But don't we have a conversion table?
I was
Yeah,
about to say that.
go ahead, Ellen.
There is in the DRI, which we're not talking about the development order today, but just so you know, there is a land use conversion matrix. So if the market changes, because there is a 100-acre regional park that is proposed in part of the modifications for the Governor's Park DRI. And so to your point, if that grows and there's a lot of demand for hotel rooms, there's a way to convert between land uses to achieve those additional hotel rooms.
Before the development's done, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Because obviously, once everything's built out, it's going to be really hard to turn that switch back.
Well, once everything's built out, let's just take your scenario. So until the project is built out, you can do the land use exchange as a matter of right under the DRI development order. If the project is built out, but there is vacant land left to be developed and there's a need for a hotel or whatever, there is the property owner always has the right to come back to your board and say, we see this regional park, it's created this great demand for hotel rooms. We've got this vacant spot in our town center. And so will you give us 200 more hotel rooms of entitlements? And your board has obviously the legal authority to do that.
Mm-hmm. Where's the 100-acre regional park on the map?
If you can go back to the slide that has the colored roads on it. This one. The one with the white background? Yes, that one. Okay, if you look up in the top right, see the First Coast Expressway just south of that, you see it says there's a CCUA plant, but there's also an area that's shaded for the park.
Okay. Right off the expressway?
Yes, and it's hard to see on this map, so I'm sorry about that. But it is the little dotted or shaded area just south of the First Coast Expressway and north of the CCUA plant site, as shown on that map.
Is that park, is there
Go ahead.
plans, is the 100 acres, is that athletic fields? What's the?
So the current PUD requires, I think, around 46 or 48 acres of a park that the developer develops, and then it's a county park dedicated to the county. And I believe the developer, it'll be our CDD, then has to maintain it over time. So, and that required 4 baseball fields.
Okay.
So we required 4 baseball fields. We're expanding it to 100 acres. It will still have the baseball fields. We'd really like to try and get some other types of fields in there. You know, some courts, soccer fields, just try to add to it with the additional land. But it'll remain, you know, developer constructed, developer maintained, just like the current PUD, just more acres.
Yeah, one of the good things about this adjustment, and Commissioner Condon mentioned this earlier, is this is a significant increase in commercial development. So, you know, listen, it's all these are, you take it one one item at a time, but we do care about commercial development. This is a pretty significant increase in square footage of commercial development.
And no increase in residential
Correct.
is a huge
correct.
one.
And spreading it out, that's kind of unique.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I want to keep those hotel rooms, but
I know.
I get it, but it's like
Well, and how it looks now definitely is different how it will look later. But if you have that conversion, then you can change it.
Yes.
Madam Chair, the estimate for final development, or full development is like 30 years, right? So.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
It's a long term.
By the time all the homes are built and all the commercial builds out, yes.
So there's a lot of room
It's decades.
for change in the future.
we'll all be gone.
Any other questions for applicant? Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I will open the public hearing. And I have Teresa Brown first.
That's about nap time after sitting here this long. I'm Teresa Brown. I live at 2974 Rosecrans Lane. A lot of this tonight applies for me. But I'm also on the Clay County Republican Executive Committee. As a result, a lot of people reach out to me about these things. And I'm a reader, so I've kind of gone through a lot of the documents. I will say that I think the hotel rooms are really important too. We just, we have family come to town, there's no place to tell them to go. A lot of things were brought to my attention, but one of the things that really bothers me most is the environmental impacts. Because right now, we're gonna be pushing all the way up to the expressway. And I think doing that really eliminates a lot of the habitats. Especially, and I did notice that the staff recommendations and the attachment or the exhibit that was in the package was the wildlife and habitat assessment. What bothers me is that assessment's from 2021, which has, the difference is huge, especially in this particular parcel. We have, everybody knows what a gopher is, I hope. But the Florida gopher has gone in just a few years from borderline endangered to now a designated threatened species. So that means we could lose them. And I know it sounds really minute when you're talking about a big project like this, but it's important to us. I live in Clay County on the river, and I know all of the construction and everything that's gone on has really pushed wildlife. I don't see as much of it as I did. So I guess my biggest question is if we can take a look at this and what the environmental impact is, because the staff report doesn't include what actually is existing now. These gophers, not only is it them, but their burrows support about 350 different species in our forest. So I am hoping that you guys will consider that and maybe take a look at the report and why it was so dated, and if there's any serious issues as far as the environment goes. Thanks a lot for allowing me the time.
Very good. Ryan Worthington next.
Thank you, Chair. Ryan Worthington, 5665 Sharon Road. So I commute down Springbank every day, and looking at this, I'm opposed to losing any more agriculture area, especially south of 16. I know we lost so much more. We have, I think, thousands of residential houses waiting to be built. And with an expansion of this urban sprawl without a lot of benefits of, I know there's some mention of commercial benefits, but I don't see a lot of being that's added on that would probably justify the loss of this land. It was mentioned that gopher tortoises, which are all over Clay County, but if you're looking at black bear activity reported to FWC in that area, I would argue that's also black bear habitat as well. And of course, that being my daily commute, I'm also worried about traffic, which I believe is inevitable, and I'm sure you hear just about every rezoning request. But yeah, I urge you to vote no on this. I could understand if there was a significant benefit for adding on development in this area, but I just don't see it as the way it's presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Lindsay Siebert?
Hello, I'm Lindsay Seibert, and I live out in Middleburg. Oh, sorry, I'm not like 6 feet. Some of the things that I was going to speak on, our last two speakers spoke on. The gopher tortoises, just from looking at that map, which apparently is outdated, I saw at least 25 to 30 burrows. Relocation numbers for those when they are relocated, it causes a lot of stress on those turtles. Many of them pace back and forth, they have an like auto homing by nature instinct, and so they will just pace back and forth. Many of them, not many, I want to say it's like 93 to 95% on average survival rate for them. But some of them, yes, they do starve to death, or they are too compacted in the places where they are rehomed. And so disease and things like that set in. But for the survival of the species, there needs to be 98%. That might beep. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so for the survival of the species, those numbers need to be around 98%. And like others, other lady had mentioned that 350 other animals reside within those burrows, and they're not rehomed. They are uncovered and kind of just ripped out from exposed to predators, machinery, whatever's going on. Some of them, from what I've read, are relocated around properties when they can be, but I mean, it's kind of a messy situation, to be honest. I think I had something in here, sorry. And beyond the surface, what did I say here, sorry. Oh, I also wanted to mention, so the plans themselves, you see that some of the, I guess, 250 acres of wetlands are preserved, but nothing is really done to preserve the uplands. It's kind of very highly condensed, which, as we all know, keeps the wetlands from being able to do their job, and allows, especially with a development like this with a lot of HOA communities and a lot of green grass requirements, is probably going to be pesticides and fertilizers and things like that that can run off into our watershed. And then also mass developments like this are really tacking on our aquifers, and so we've seen a lot of issues with things like that. Sorry, I'm out of time.
Thank you. Noel Salvers?
417 River Birch Lane, Fleming Island. I want to, first of all, thank the people that were up here with their presentation. It was beautiful. I mean, you guys did a great one that are doing it. But the thing is I first like to touch base with is, in this, no one asked them anything about why they're going to be changing it and adding 1,700 acres. I don't think any of you asked them that question. That same question came up at the Planning Commission, and they gave good reasons, like, as they always do, well, it'll make it easier for transfer of stuff and for investors and for moving stuff together. And that's the heart of what they're trying to do right now. But the other things that I'm looking at is, I wanted to see a study on the traffic flow, because they're talking that once the First Coast Highway went in, now all of a sudden everyone's going to be using it. That's a toll road. It's an expensive toll road. People that live in those communities are not going to get on it, drive 2 exits, get off and pay $1.20 to use it. So Blanding right now is a mess. It backs up on Green Cove Springs, add all these other ones in. Then you look at the environmental issues in terms of the turtles and everything else that's out there. Plus, has any of you read the original plans from 2008 to see what they said they would do? Because when I was at the Planning Commission, it's like, well, we may do a golf course, we may not. It was going to be a hotel, all these different things are vague. They're not giving you real answers. They're telling you, well, we'll wait and see what happens. Are we going to end up, because this huge community there, spend another $21 million on another brand new fire department that we've already got 3 built, and we're going to probably build another one at Sand Ridge? So are you guys asking what needs to be asked and getting firm answers from them that you can come back from later? And they're all out there, but someone needs to be addressing these. And I'd still love to see this traffic study that the state of Florida did. But they said the only reason that they were able to do it where it wouldn't overflow Blanding is because everyone's going to use First Coast Highway, which I doubt it. You don't see anyone on it now.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kelly Downs. I'm at 9575 Amarante Circle in Jacksonville, 32257. I'm not necessarily for or against these developments, but I want to know, again, these impact studies, they're very vague with what they're going to do, what it's going to look like in the end. The U.S. Drought Monitor, which is the University of Nebraska at Lincoln, monitors the drought levels all across the country and how severe they are. As of July 21st, they have most of Clay County in an extreme drought, level D3 out of 4 levels. Has any water usage study been done for these new and newly proposed developments or for the watershed impacts? And if so, how recently? Thank you.
Thank you. Did you turn your card in? Okay. And ma'am, you want to go next?
I didn't fill out the card, I'll get one. Okay. Catherine Frisbee, 1805 Eaton Road, Green Cove Springs, Florida. And my concern, I live off of Springbank Road, and most of you know we already have traffic with the Clay County Fairground, everything that's out there. I can't even imagine what it's going to be like with this development out there. And that's one of my major concerns is the traffic. Is there going to be an exit and entrance ramp on the overpass that's on Springbank Road? Do you know?
I would not, no.
No, there's not?
Engineer saying no.
Okay. So how are we, because I have to go up Springbank Road every day to get to 16. There's no way unless you go the back road, on the dirt roads back there. How are we supposed to get off of Springbank Road onto 16 with all the traffic? Is there?
Just go ahead and finish what you have and we'll try to address it.
Okay, that's my biggest concern is that the wildlife is another concern. I live, like I said, off of Springbank Road on Eaton Road. We have turkeys, we have turtles, we have deer, we have bear, we have everything out there. And once they clear that last bit off of Gustafson's property, where are all those animals going to go? So those are my concerns.
Thank you, ma'am. And go ahead and make sure you get the card.
I will.
Is there anyone else?
Yeah, I'm against the developments too. My name's David Napier. My address is on file because we have a lot of good farmland out here that's good for cattle, and we're sitting here importing meat from Argentina because we're having trouble with our country's food chain. I mean, we should probably look at trying to grow our cattle industry so we can feed the American people, not developers and their pockets. Thank you.
Are you wanting to speak? Okay.
I do have a card. I did not plan on speaking on this item because it was a complete surprise. I actually am a Keystone piece out of the Agricola development. And to understand that we're going to add another 1,000 acres to this development appalls me. You are the stewards of Clay County. We are the residents. I have lived in Clay County all of my life. I have lived off of Leno Road in Clay County, south of this, Green Cove Springs, for over 40 years now. My husband has wandered these woods all of his life. He is fixing to turn 69 this year. We have the deer, we have bears, we have bobcats, we have eagles, the gophers. When y'all approved for the solar field to be built off of Leno Road, there were originally, they estimated only 100 gophers was going to be removed from this site. At the end, Florida Power and Light came back and told us that there were almost 1,000 gophers removed and transported down south. It's not just gophers, it's a way of life for the majority of the people who live in this area. We moved here because that's what we chose to live. And we have paid our property taxes. We have done without county services for years. We don't have a grocery store anywhere close to us without driving over 15 miles in one direction. You want to improve Clay County? Get us a grocery store, okay? You want to do an improvement and give jobs? Then get jobs. Push for an improvement out there. But don't push to go and put houses upon houses where there's no drainage, where you're going to end up going to have to do mitigation upon mitigation for these developments.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else? And you need a card still from both of those, Christy? Last two? Okay. All right, I've got to finish the public hearing first.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, I thought they were
All right.
finished. I apologize.
Yeah, is there anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing.
Madam Chair, just two minutes of rebuttal. If you can go to the next slide after this one, please. Just to conclude, just to clarify, we're talking in this application about the property that's in the on the right-hand side map is the G-Bar property. It is within the development area boundary already. It is a historic use of a dairy farm. And so, and you can see on the slides on the left and right, there are no additional residential units being proposed, even with the addition of this 1,265 acres. And you are getting significantly more commercial and medical office and things within the entirety of Governor's Park. So there will be services coming, and the law does require compliance with environmental laws, including gopher tortoise relocation and all of that. So certainly this property owner will be required to comply with all of the requirements of the law. So we're here to answer any questions you might have.
So Ellen, I guess you could answer this gentleman's question is why do you want to do it? Why do they want to do this? If they're not going to add residential, why do they want to add more land to this?
Because it allows the expansion of the the residential, so less density, but also allows the concentration of what I'll call a town center around that interchange.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty good, Ellen. Yeah, so the multifamily, we reduced the number of multifamily units, increased the number of single family, so it's less, larger lots, needed more land to spread those, so, taking advantage of the more land to be able to do more single family detached lots instead of the multifamily lots, and room for the commercial. Yeah, the commercial that supports this in the South Clay County.
All right, thank you. All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Discussion?
I just have one comment. I think, my comment is, for the members of the public that are here that have spoken, I get it. I understand it. I think that this board has the opportunity to work with this developer to mold and direct this development in the way that we're looking for. For me, commercial is a huge priority, and they're more than doubling commercial and retail service in this portion of this application. One of the things that was said tonight that rings true is that this development is not going to happen overnight. One thing that I've seen happen in the past 2 years on the commission is as market trends change, it can change a lot of things in terms of when you're looking at things as a developer. If you're not going to be profitable, you sit on it. You just don't develop it. So the reality is as we move forward, there are going to be these types of changes. This board of 5 commissioners cannot stop what has already been approved, but we can guide it and be smart with it moving forward. And for me, I'm in support of this because of the significant increase of commercial and the significant decrease in multifamily. So that's my piece.
Thank you.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll say that I understand the concerns about conservation. Ryan, I hear you on, you and I talk about conservation, but this is within the urban service boundary already. I am not in favor in any way, if any other developers are listening, not in favor of moving the urban service boundary, because that is our protection. And what that urban service boundary says is that there is enough housing within that urban service boundary to meet the needs for the next 20 years in the county. But what I do really like about this is, and Lindsay and I were messaging about this over the weekend, this is very different to me because they are spreading out the residential. They are listening to the community about larger lots. They've heard, they actually told me they've watched some of our meetings about other developments and listened to what people are looking for, and those higher wage jobs. This proposal over a period of time includes 2 grocery stores because, as our last speaker said, there isn't a grocery store. I live where there isn't a grocery store, so I completely sympathize. Walmart Plus comes to my house more often than sometimes my husband jokes that it's twice a day because my nephew's living with us. I forgot how much teenage boys eat, but at any rate, I understand the needs of the community and the balance for it. So this is not the same for me as any other development that's been presented to us because of the way that they're doing it. And the other thing that hasn't been mentioned that I want to bring up is, first, this is not the first time that the transmittal of this large-scale land use amendment has come in front of the board since I've been a commissioner. But it was a different owner of the property, not the G-Bar property, of the Governor's Park property. A different owner. They had first right of refusal on the G-Bar. And what we learned at that time, one, they didn't have, their proposal was a whole lot more homes, like every other development that's come before us, so I was not in favor of that. But secondly, what we found out then is the G-Bar is not owned by one landowner. It's owned by one family, but it's different parcels. And so I did a lot of research and reading after that, after we actually withdrew it because they recognized it wasn't going to pass that night. And it's zoned in such that these individual parcels could all be sold off and be small subdivisions. And I don't think that's what we are looking for either. So, clearly the family that owns this is interested in not retaining it. My understanding is they're retaining some of their property that's more in the middle. Additionally, the school district wants their high school site not to be down along the First Coast Expressway, but they want it up closer to 16. I know that's the same proximity as close to Green Coat or Clay High, and people don't understand that, but that's what the school district had asked for. So there's just a lot about this that seems to be difficult for us to not listen to what the state has to say about it. Additionally, this gentleman asked about why we haven't asked a lot of questions. I did. I've read all of their documents. I just didn't do it on the board floor. And the traffic study is quite interesting. It does have recommendations in it. And by moving this forward and getting the state's comments back, we would be able to implement those things in their development agreement in September when they come. As we sit today, they can go develop Governor's Park, Laurelton, and Agricola the way they're approved today. That we don't have a say over that. And there's some of those things I would like to see done. One of them is a connection road between Agricola and Governor's Park or Laurelton, whatever it's called, so that you keep traffic off of 17 and 16 as much as possible. I agree with Commissioner Scrumlow. I hear you. I know, Ryan, I know I'm not earning points with you tonight, and it's not about that. It's about conservation, and I hear you on that. And we have to conserve what we can conserve, but we have to honor the property rights of the people who, they have a right to sell their property, and they have a right to ask for a consideration. And I don't think this is a bad consideration. It's just kind of where I'm leaning. Thank you. Anybody?
Just one comment, and that's, we looked at these properties before, and one of the advantages of a single developer is the connectivity and the collaboration between all the properties. So when we looked at the Agricola property, the roads didn't connect to Governor's Park, and so we had problems with that, but there was no way to resolve it until now. And so, and as to services, industry likes density, okay? So, yeah, I understand supermarkets are hard to find. They won't be once this development gets in place. So there's certain advantages to this whole project, and I'm in favor of it.
The only thing I would add is just to highlight a comment that I heard from the board, and that's moving forward in this process with a transmittal gets the state's perspective on not just Clay County, but how this would impact the region. And I'm supportive almost always of getting an outside opinion from a more macro perspective. And so a transmittal of this project does not wear on my sensibilities at all. So I'm going to vote in favor of the transmittal.
Madam Chair, if I may just add one more thing that was brought up, because Commissioner Compere's statement just brought it to my mind, is someone asked about water and consumption of water. And so that's a very interesting, actually Doug Conkey and I, he's from the Water Management District, we had this conversation earlier today. While the CCUA has their consumptive use permit from the Water Management District, one of the things that one of my constituents who does not live anywhere in this area, lives in Middleburg, actually not far from Lindsay, brought up to me is that no one looks at the overall consumption of water in all these developments. In theory, they do in these consumptive use permits, but that doesn't include individual wells. That doesn't necessarily always include a lot of commercial use or timing of, if everything's going to be built at one time, what if all of that permit was used at the same time? And so
That's something that I'm gonna be working with our representatives to see in Tallahassee if that can be addressed, because that would be a statewide, that would have to be, that's not a local issue. As of right now, it's not in statute, that we can use that as a criteria to approve or deny just in water. So say in an area where there's not CCUA service, that doesn't apply to this, but we do have a lot of the county that it does apply to that doesn't have CCUA service, is that a reason to deny? That's not a criteria we can use to deny now. And I understand that there's a lot of people sensitive about the drought and the aquifer and enough drinking water, and this kind of thing would raise that concern. And so I just wanted to say that while that's not something that we can control, CCUA can for this particular area under their consumptive use permit, which they took a 30% reduction in last year. And just to give you a little perspective there, St. Johns County, because they run their water utility, they aren't separate like CCUA, they just tried to get their consumptive use permit approved, and 2 weeks ago it was denied by the Water Management District. So they are not just approving these permits carte blanche. And so it is something that to consider, and maybe that will be something the state comes back with.
As far as, I talked to Jeremy Johnson, I don't remember the numbers, but he said we're not even using, I know we're maybe not even using half or 3/4 of our consumptive use, so.
Yeah, it's lower than half.
Yeah.
I think it's in the 40s.
Right. Okay, I have a few things. So anybody that knows me knows this gives me major heartburn, okay? And we are all residents here, and I heard you say that. Anyone that comes to our meetings regularly or listens knows that this board takes it very much into consideration when we have to rezone anything. It's a huge deal. And I don't know if I've even, as far as rezoning, have probably myself only voted for approval, probably 2 in my 6 years on here. So I do take it very seriously, and I know it's very emotional for all of you out there. I know that. I live in an area, not so much out like y'all do, but, we have wildlife and, and it breaks my heart. I see it regularly. However, this area, I'm trying to remember what was the amount of homes they were trying to get last time here with this property.
I think it was around 3,000 or 4,000.
3,000 or 4,000.
For GBAR.
They're gonna keep coming back. This is a big deal that they are not going to be adding any residential. They're getting less multifamily, which definitely will be less traffic. It's the same developer. We're not gonna worry about them piecemealing, and who knows what kind of horrible homes quality may come in this other, if we were to wait again. This commission is not gonna be here forever. I'm gonna be gone in 2 years, and I don't know who's coming after me. So if we wait again, who knows what could come? I mean, somebody's gonna get that property. It's in the urban service boundaries. They're gonna get it. This is the second time again they've come. So Gastassins, they're selling it, okay? I hear this regularly, Sandridge Road. Why do we have these houses? All those people sold their property. And talking about a grocery store, I'd love to tell somebody to come put a grocery store right wherever in Green Cove Springs. I tried to, actually, where CJ, Turmeric Grill, Publix actually thought, and I can say it because I didn't do it, was thinking about putting a Publix right there, but he wouldn't move on his piece of property. We don't determine who comes there. Whoever sells it to a Dollar General, sells it to a car wash. We don't determine any of that. So I wish I could. Sir, I've never met you, but, talking about going through, not asking questions, as Commissioner Conan said, we spend a long time going over everything you're seeing here, a long time, and speaking to the applicants and asking them questions, and in this so-called part-time job we have. And so even though we don't ask it all here, we definitely ask questions. So don't you worry about that. We are here before y'all, and we do listen. And I think you were able to see that earlier tonight. Let's see. there's no agriculture happening on that property. From what I understand, it hasn't happened in a long time. That person is, that part of the family has definitely been trying to sell it. And, so no matter what, it does, again, it gives me heartburn, but, I think this is the right fit. And, so I will be voting for approval, and if somebody else wants to give a motion.
Move approval.
I'll second the motion.
All right, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, motion passes 5-0. So we'll move on to 18. Final public hearing to consider transmittal of Comp 26-0010. This application is a text amendment to the capital improvements element of the 2045 comprehensive plan to remove policy CIE 1.3.6. The applicant has provided a transportation study as required by the policy. Beth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant for this is Bellamy Property Holdings LLC, care of BTI Partners. We have the same agent team as the last application. The location, this applies exclusively to the Agricola development, which is located south of State Road 23, west of US 17, south of the Governor's Park development. The planning district is Southeast Clay District. The commission district is your district, Commissioner Burke. And this is 2 parcels that are involved with the land that is the subject of this. The application is a request to remove capital improvements element policy 1.3.6 from the 2045 comprehensive plan. There's some photos of the sign postings. The applicant used our standard language for posting a sign, which was confusing to the community, so they actually added a little bit of information. We don't normally post signs for a text amendment to the comp plan, but they added language for a text amendment to delete this policy, just for clarification and more information. Some background: in 2024, the Agricola development was approved by the Board of County Commissioners. At that time, the access points were shown as Bellamy Road South, which is not the historic road. It is Bellamy Road South at US 17 and Lena Road, also at US 17. FDOT raised concerns about the impacts to US 17 and the lack of connectivity. That was also a concern by the Board of County Commissioners, that there was not much connectivity to Governor's Park, Clay Dairy Parkway, or the State Road 23. So with that, capital improvements policy 1.3.6 was added to the comprehensive plan, and it was adopted to mark a threshold of essentially the first 2 phases of residential development. And it prompts the reexamination of the traffic impacts and requires the developer to do a traffic impact study to look at what potential impacts and improvements would be needed to mitigate those. Since 2024, Agricola has changed hands. We've heard that earlier tonight, and we'll be coming forward in the next couple of months with revised development plans, including the connection to Governor's Park. The map on the right is shown with the new connection, which is a more direct route, which would get to Clay Dairy Parkway and the First Coast Expressway. In March 2026, the developer had conducted a traffic analysis study, and factoring in the Agricola entitlements, what's proposed to be developed in Agricola, as well as the background development that exists already out there, and the 2 new points of connection to Governor's Park. So it was factoring all the proposed changes that are coming in the future. The findings of the study: there were 2 segments of US 17 which will exceed capacity, but that that impact was not due to this proposed development, that it was due to other traffic. Agricola would not be adding significant impact during phases 1, 2, or 4. This application is a text amendment to the comprehensive plan, and this is a request to transmit to the state again for review. DOT would be one of the reviewing agencies, as well as DEP. Like the last application, DEP, Water Management District, Fish and Wildlife, they all are part of the review. Staff finds that the applicant has provided a traffic impact analysis in accordance with the CIE Policy 1.3.6 and recommends approval to transmit the policy amendment to the state and reviewing agencies. Planning Commission voted 6-1 to recommend approval to transmit as well. The Springs CAC voted 6-0 to recommend approval of Comp 2610. And the applicant has a presentation on this one as well. This is Casey Dendor.
Hi, good afternoon. Casey Dendor, Planning Manager with England, Thames and Miller, 14775 Old St. Augustine Road. Thank you, Beth. If you want to go ahead and go to the next slide, I'll spare you from the introduction to everybody that Ellen already introduced, but no, we're all still here. This is an application for Agricola, which we discussed it in the last application a bit as well. It's an existing PUD. It has an existing development agreement and already has a comprehensive plan on the property. This application is for a comprehensive plan text amendment, and it was filed as a companion application to a development agreement modification and a PUD modification, all of which will come back to you in September together. This application for the comprehensive plan text amendment is really to reevaluate the traffic with connectivity to Governor's Park as it relates to the comprehensive plan text policy. Just to get a little bit oriented again, looking at the overview of the property, Agricola, we have the First Coast Expressway that now connects over to 16 just before the bridge. We have Clay Dairy Parkway, which a portion of it's under construction, which Ellen covered in the last application, and that will ultimately go all the way up north to Cathedral Oak Parkway and connect back to 17, providing a bypass to Green Cove Springs. We also have the interchange ramps at Clay Dairy Parkway and the First Coast Expressway, which we anticipate to go under construction later this year. And since this application was previously before you in April of '24, Cathedral Oak Parkway has completed its construction and is now open to the public. Next slide, please. Taking a look at the application, I don't know if you can see it, but on the Agricola property, you can see some thin black lines. Those black lines show the originally approved transportation network for Agricola. So all of the traffic for Agricola came in from 17 at Bellamy Road South. To clarify, that's not the historic Bellamy Road. This is just south of that. And it also had a connection point down at Lino Road. So all traffic for Agricola came in from 17 and came out at 17. With this application, they are proposing, or excuse me, a little bit of history there is that staff, when this originally came through, asked for a connectivity, but there was separate ownership on the two properties. And the Governor's Park owner did not want to connect with Agricola. And so this application was transmitted by this board, went to the state, and the state came back and said, well, there is a break on 17 in the area identified as a red line in the Green Cove Springs area. To mitigate for that, let's put a stopper in at the 1251st unit. And before you can proceed with development there, you need to conduct a traffic study, identify any level of service failures as a result of the Agricola project, and propose an amendment to the development agreement to address what modifications are needed for that. So we added in the CIE Policy 136. That's where that was born. That summary of the policy, as we just discussed, required us to come back at the 1251st lot before we could proceed. So if you'll move forward. Now that Governor's Park and Agricola are under a similar ownership, or the same affiliated owner, they now wish to connect. So our traffic engineer conducted a traffic study looking at the two connections from 17 in Agricola at Bellamy Road South all the way up Medallion Boulevard and connecting to the Green Cove Springs bypass. What that traffic study identified is, as a result of that change, is that there's no level of service failures as a result of the Agricola project. It did require that the construction of Bellamy Road South make that connection to 17 prior to the Phase 3 development. It also requires coordination it also required coordination of the intersection at 17 with Bellamy Road South. So we'll do an ICE analysis with DOT to analyze what type of control evaluation will be needed there. And it also required a widening of a portion of the Clay Dairy Parkway between Medallion Boulevard and the First Coast Expressway from 4 to 6 lanes. So as a result of that, in your packet, you have an amended and restated development agreement. That is not here on the floor today, but that's in your packet because it's a companion application. That will be voted for in September, but we went ahead and put in this presentation a snippet from that development agreement, which takes the requirements of that study, the findings, the requirements for those improvements, the connection up to Governor's Park, the connection to 17, and the evaluation, all in the development agreement. I'm not going to read it to you, but that's what that says. And it also references the map that's adjacent to that. So it talks about that spine road that goes from 17 all the way up into Governor's Park. Next slide. Just a reminder of Governor's Park, what was approved in 2024 on the left side. You have that transportation network that did not go up into Governor's Park, and the original approval was for 4,000 units and just under 2 million square feet of non-residential uses. As we're coming forward with you again in September, we're going to retain the 4,000 units, but we're going to significantly reduce that non-residential because all of that the market shows is really needed in Governor's Park, which we talked about in the last application. So that's getting reduced now to about 950,000 square feet. And a part of that reduction is because the original Agricola development had an educational campus for higher education, and the market didn't identify that needed in here. So that's a portion of that elimination. And if we'll move on to the next slide. So in summary, this request is to recommend the transmittal of the comprehensive plan text amendment to delete the CIE policy 136 based upon the traffic study that there is no level of service failures as a result of the Agricola PUD, the access modification requiring the connection directly to Clay Dairy Parkway as required in the development agreement that's been included as a supplemental document that we'll talk about in September, and the reduction in the non-residential project traffic. And with that, that concludes my presentation. Our team members are here, and I'm available for any additional questions.
Questions? Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing. Anyone?
Hi, Kelly Downs, 9575 Amarante Circle in Jacksonville, 32257. I was here for the Planning Committee meeting for this as well. It was a little bit confusing. This transportation study, they said, is for the Governor's Park and Agricola. They said the study was for 4,000 homes, and then they applied for adding the third property, the old Gustafson Farm, and increasing. In the written stuff, it had increasing the homes, but Ms. Ellen, the lawyer, said that they're not going to increase the homes, but they are increasing the commercial development. So is that included in this traffic study, this whole third property, or is it just for those two? That's my question. Sorry. Thanks.
Thank you. Do you know that?
This traffic study is just the Agricola development. I believe there's a separate traffic study for the Governor's Park and G-Bar.
Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is just the southern portion, the Agricola property only that we're talking about. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, go ahead, I didn't say it yet.
My question really is that this references future analysis to be done away with. And I don't understand why a future analysis that's going to be done 10 to 15 years out, this board has any say over. That we should eliminate that part of our process. I don't understand it. We know that more people are gonna move in, and we've reduced the amount of residents, but we've increased the commercial. So we're actually gonna be creating more traffic. Because do we not, if we create commercial, we create jobs and people travel back and forth to these jobs? Or
Remember,
do
we're talking
they-
about Agricola. That's not the commercial part, the commercial was up top.
There is a commercial portion that's supposed to be in Agricola. All right, it was originally on their submission plans for a commercial portion and businesses within their development. And my understanding is that plan went to the state and could not be changed. It was gonna be locked in to that development plan, because I was here for all the meetings. And we were told, and we sat down with the Agricolas. They came to my
Oh, me too,
house.
trust me, yes, I agree.
Okay, and sat with all my neighbors and said, this is what we want. Once this goes to the state, there'll be no changes. It's locked into the state. So now we're saying that we're not locked in anymore? That's my question. And we're doing away with requirements that the county says they have to do another traffic analysis later on. So we're just going to do away with it. We're not going to do that because we don't know what that traffic is going to be like. Well, I can tell you, I lived on off of Highway 17 when it was 2 lanes. And we have 4 times the amount of traffic now. I don't know how many times we ran off the road on Highway 17 by oncoming traffic. So that was a blessing when the state 4-laned it. So we're putting more traffic out there, and we're just going to eliminate the need to reevaluate this down the road because it's going to cost them more money. But they didn't have any problems coming up with the $93 million that they had to purchase the property for.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Do you have a quick answer to that?
I'll try and answer it, but the applicant may have
Applicant,
their,
probably.
do you have your study person here by any chance? Perfect. They would be the better one to
Great.
answer the traffic study
do it.
question.
This is Thomas Hatcher, who did the traffic studies for both projects.
Good afternoon, Thomas Hatcher, traffic engineer at ETM 14775 Old San Augustine Road, Jacksonville, Florida. So the condition in the CIE policy was for us to conduct a traffic study before the 1251st home, find what issues there are, propose a solution, and that's what we've done. We realized that really what we need to do is get traffic to the First Coast Expressway interchange. And in doing so, making a connection up through Governor's Park, we get most of our traffic to the interchange off of 17 onto the Green Cove Springs bypass, which is the whole purpose of the bypass. I'm not sure if that answers any other questions you guys might have.
So she's asking, why do you not have to do one still later after the 1251st home? Why are you asking to not do that?
Yeah, and Kevin Kramer, BTI Partners, 4798 New Broad Street, Orlando, Florida, 32814, the applicant. I mean, what the policy said was that even though the community is approved for 4,000 units, that if you want to do all 4,000 units, if you want to do more than 1,250, you need to come in with a traffic solution. You know, there's capacity out there currently for the 1,250 units. To do more than that, there needs to be a traffic solution that we needed to come present that to you and a traffic study with what the fixes would be. You know, like list of these are the road improvements that will happen in order to mitigate this without outside impact. So really that was what it said is
That's what it
bring a
said, okay.
solution. Yeah.
Mhm.
I just wanted to, Thomas can answer this better, but I believe the traffic study that's done, it's comprehensive. It's not only all of Agricola, it also included the full build out of Governor's Park with the non-residential in that. And isn't it also all other approvals regionally? Yeah, explain, I guess, in
We
simple
layered,
terms.
we layered on our project traffic on top of the Governor's Park and G-Bar traffic. So the traffic study that you saw prior, we added Agricola on top of it so that we would account for everything going on.
Making that point that this was not just a traffic study of the Agricola property. You know, it's the full build out and then of other approved developments regionally, plus what is the existing background traffic.
But how are you able to say it's, whenever there's not 1,250 homes there? I mean, how are you able to say that you don't have to do it, you don't need to do it later? I mean, there's no home, the homes aren't there yet. So that, the development agreement said after that. So, I mean,
I don't believe the development agreements.
They're factored into the model. All of this development is factored in.
Right, all of it's in.
So those 1,200, we're pretending that they're on the ground and they're factored into the study.
So it's,
So the study has already been done that would have been done then.
well, just for clarification, the text did not say a traffic study had to be done at that time. It was just to do more units than that, you need to come in with a traffic study showing that the proposed improvements can support more units than that. So there wasn't a timing mechanism. It was just come in, show what needs to be done, and commit to doing this to exceed 1,250 units.
Got it.
To get to the 4,000.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I remember when this was, when this came up, this was the reason that former Commissioner Sella voted against Agricola. And his issue was the connectivity. And he said, because I remember him saying, they are gonna come back in 10, 15, 20 years and want the county to build this road. And that was his real issue, was there wasn't connectivity. He thought there was a need for connectivity, and he wanted the road to be built, and he thought that would fall on the backs of the county, as a lot of roads have and still do. What's your road? Cheswick Oaks comes to mind, but at any rate, and so I remember that there was, one of the things that he said was how much of the development will be built, and that, I think, was where that 1,250 home limit came in to that agreement. And of course, that was several years ago. I mean, I'm not passionate about it either way. I just did remember that was a source of contention, and I think this was a mechanism to try to alleviate some of that concern.
And of course, now there will be connectivity.
Sure. And removal of that one, eventually, hopefully, removal of that one entrance off of 17 way south.
Yeah, the plan that you'll see in September shows that there is still a connection from Lino Road down there, but it doesn't come up through the development. It just comes in to serve those parcels that are immediately down there, but not providing connection all the way up through the development into Governor's Park.
Okay. Did everybody ask questions they needed to?
Good with it.
You good? Everybody else is good? All right.
What may I ask?
I've already closed the public hearing, I'm sorry. All right. I'll take a motion.
I'm sorry, ma'am, do we have the public hearing on this one? Yeah. Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, she spoke twice on that.
Oh, that's
this one,
right, I
yeah.
do remember that. It just felt like a long time ago. Okay.
I agree.
I'll move approval to submit comp change
TAC 0010.
All right, I have a motion?
I'll
Do I have a
second. This is for the transmittal.
Transmittal, right.
Yep, I'm gonna do, yes, I second that motion.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. All right, 19, second public hearing for consideration of the draft Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Plan for 2026-2030 and for the draft Annual Action Plan for 2026.
Jody Heisler, Grants Compliance Manager. So after the first public hearing, there was some concern about districts not being served as well as others. So in order to make an adjustment, the proposal that you have before you this evening proposes a shift in the percentages of the CDBG plan over the course of the 5 years in the consolidated plan. And what we did was shifted 15% out of infrastructure into parks. So that levels us a little bit to 45% in infrastructure, 40% in parks. If you want to do the, I do have a PowerPoint. Might be easier to see it. There we go. You can go to the next one. Thank you. 45% in infrastructure, 40% for parks and public facilities. And then there was no change in this proposal to the nonprofit expansion at 10% or to administration at 5%. With the increase in funding towards parks, the idea is that levels the playing field a little bit. That would be the hope, that would level the playing field and allow those funds to be utilized more equitably across the whole. So we would need to look at that and make a decision on those percentages for the consolidated plan. And then the annual action plan would follow with the actual dollar amounts for the first year of the plan. So what you see in front of you is the first year plan at $1,057,772, now mirroring those percentages with 45% in infrastructure, 40% in parks, and then the same amount at the 10% in nonprofit expansion and 5% in administration. So that's the proposal that's on the floor at this point for your review, and I'm here to answer any questions.
All right, any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I don't understand level the playing field comment. You know, infrastructure, I think, provides service to the community as well as safety to the community. And that's where I have a little trouble with this. We have needs in the safety aspect. We have known needs and we have unknown needs. And I'll just give you an example. We have a school in school system that lets their kids out the back gate, and they have no way to get home other than walking on a road. And so the solution is a sidewalk, and unfortunately, I think it's a fairly expensive solution. So I don't know. I guess somebody has to convince me that we need parks more than infrastructure. To warrant a change of priorities. And throughout the documents, we talk about safety and security and infrastructure, and then I just don't understand how that's leveling the playing field. I don't understand that comment.
If I may, through the chair, I think there's two examples of where this could come into play on the park side. One is you have Moody Park, which your board basically said hey, we need to pull that out of the budget,
Right.
it would qualify for CDBG funding. So you could theoretically, with your 40%, pay for Moody Park over the next 2 to 3 years. That was a $700,000 project that you basically said you couldn't fund right now in the budget. And the other place with parks is, and this is a prime example, we were approached by a park in your district, ma'am, of, hey, we've got some money to spend. We can't pay for an entire project, but we can pay for half the project. And this money could be used to match that donation or that commitment from that association to help pay for. So I do think there's dollars there that can be leveraged. You get 2 for 1 that way. In this case, it's Omega Park has come to the table and said, we've got money to help fix the bathrooms. They don't have all the money. We don't have it in the budget right now, for sure. But you could use this money to match it. So I don't know if that directly answers your question, but
It doesn't, because we could do that anyway with the original allocation. I think we can accomplish what we want to with the original allocation. I just don't see how the shifting is gonna solve anything, except one is for recreational purposes and the other's for safety and security. The infrastructure one. So if somebody can help me understand that, I'd appreciate it.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Commissioner Reninger, what would you propose in the terms of the split? What was the original
Well, I want to know why it was changed from the original split. What
Sorry,
caused?
can you remind me the original split?
It was 60,
60-40?
60,
Okay.
25.
Here, I have
60%
both of them here,
infrastructure,
so-
25 for parks.
Oh, yeah, between the two.
So we changed it. I just want to know why we changed it. That's my question. And
I think the proposal that you have before you is based on the comments from the first public hearing at the previous board meeting from some of the commissioners.
well, a comment, help me understand where, what the comment was and how does this level the playing field, I guess?
And maybe that terminology, I think the attempt was, my understanding of the concern was that there wasn't enough infrastructure projects in every district to make the dollars equitable across the whole. And this change, since everyone has parks, and we know that there are dollars necessary for parks that are currently not in the budget, and park projects that have been approved that may have to go on hold. That was kind of the mindset.
Because I would argue there is enough infrastructure projects, in my opinion. I mean, I'm trying to, Commissioner Condon, I'm just asking, because you brought it up originally. Are you against 60-25?
No, I'm fine with it.
Okay.
It was more
Then-
the project list that I was
it's-
concerned about.
But you're okay with 60-25 infrastructure? Because I'm in favor of that, 60-25.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Well, all I'm asking, is there a definitive reason we switched it, other than, the comment, it levels the play, to me, that doesn't make sense to me.
I think we were just trying to address the conversation that happened at the last board meeting. It's the board's prerogative if the board wants 60-25, if the board wants 90-0, it's the board's prerogative. We were based on conversations that happened in this boardroom and conversations after that individually. Staff felt that going to this split was going to allow us to do some of the things like cost share, Moody Park. So again, I'm gonna go back to Moody Park, and I don't mean to belabor that one. At the number that we had before, 30% a year. So to do Moody Park, if you're not gonna do it with this at $200,000, you're either gonna spend all your money on Moody Park the first year, or it's gonna take you 4 years to get enough money for Moody Park. We were trying to, based on other budget considerations, we were trying to help balance the conversation we had at the last meeting, the budget workshop, the needs that have been expressed. And again, if the board so chooses to say it's 90-0, 10, and then the other percentages, that's really your prerogative.
I understand it.
Yeah.
It ought to be our prerogative based on facts, okay, of, you know, what we need to do, what we should be doing and all that.
We have an ADA report that shows, you know, almost $1 million in needs between sidewalks and sidewalks in parks. So that's been out there. Again, we were just trying to balance the two efforts.
What you're saying is we have more needs than we have resources. I mean, I understand all that.
Yeah, so we've got both sidewalk
So-
needs, we got park needs, we got ADA needs. It's really your prerogative.
So, but what's the hurt of doing this?
I'm
What do
sorry,
you, what is the hurt of doing this? What do you not like? I mean,
Well, the staff came up with an allocation. And then we
but they thought
changed
it was because of some.
And we
some-
changed it. And my question is why? And if it's to level the playing field, that doesn't mean anything to me.
I don't think he meant, I think what he's trying to say is it's a way to fund the Moody Park project. in
Or
particular.
other projects.
Well,
Right,
Again,
which is in your district.
again.
Yeah, I know. I'm not arguing from a point of ownership here, because I have needs, sidewalks, parks, everything, you know?
I think where we started on the first hearing, through the workshop to today are different places. So, you know, when we were at the first meeting, when we first set the allocations, we were in a different place than we are based on your budget workshop. Again, if the 60-35 is what the board, if that's the number that works for everybody, then we'll go back to 60-35.
Does it work for staff?
I think staff wants to accomplish the projects that you guys, as a board, want to accomplish. And not
Well,
lose the $1 million.
We're not gonna lose $1 million.
Well,
Anyway.
What does that do for Moody? We can't help them, we can't do it if we have 35 only? What?
You would have to make a decision, and I'm just using, again, Moody Park as the example. You would have to make a decision. Do you want to you can front load the thing and say, I'm gonna use all 35% of the money the first year on parks, and then use your other 65% the next 4 years. You don't have to use it all. It doesn't have to be this way laid out each year, and I think that's what we're looking for, the direction from the board on is, how do you want the overall 5-year split to be, and how much of that do you want to put in year one? That's the two questions at hand.
That's a consolidated and annual
Yes, sir.
plans,
Yes, sir.
is what you're asking.
Yeah, you've got an overall percentage for the entire 5 years. Doesn't mean you can't revisit it in 2 years, but you also have the annual plan that you need to adopt, and both of those really need to be finalized. I hate to say it tonight, because they have to be submitted to the state before, or to the federal, by
The
Sat-
first.
by the
It's
first.
the 11th.
Yeah.
I have
or-
to submit.
Yeah, so that's the kind of unfortunately, that's the pressure we're under.
You mentioned revisiting it, so we can adjust the percentage 2 years?
You can, it would be a change to the consolidated plan, which then would have to
Trigger the
do this whole
meetings, yeah.
process again.
Well-
But absolutely, it
It
can be
would
done.
also affect if you front load.
Oh, yeah.
So if you front load, so if you said you were gonna do the whole $800,000 on Moody Park, and then you wanted to change the percentages, it would change that.
Yeah.
Well, as one, I did not have a problem with the original percentage allocation, so I'm good with going back to the 60-25. I'm good with it. And that's what I shared with you in our briefing too. So whatever the pleasure of the board is, I had a similar conversation or vantage point as Commissioner Reniger in that this time last year, we were talking about infrastructure of sidewalks. And for you to highlight that point, you didn't know that that was the nature of my conversation with the staff. And so for me, it makes sense to hyper-focus on infrastructure. So if there is an appetite tonight to go back to the original proposal from staff, I'm happy to do that.
We can't do Moody then, if we do that? Correct? Because we don't have it in the budget, so.
Not gonna say you can't do Moody. I think,
Not as much.
I think what I would recommend from the board, to the board, if it's at your pleasure, is decide your consolidated action plan first. What is your 5-year goal? Is it the 65, what is it?
60-25.
60-25, I'm never gonna get it right. If it's the 60-25 versus what's in this plan, I think you decide that first. That's a question that has to be answered. And then I think the second question that has to be answered is, how do you want to allocate that money the first year in your first year action plan? If that pleasures the board, I think that would be an easier way to approach the two halves of the conversation.
And Madam Chair, if I may, and
Go ahead.
I don't want to come at the 11th hour. If you go to the plan, the consolidated plan, as Troy mentions, and you want to look at facts and numbers and surveys, Jody and the team conducted many town hall meetings to gather the public's opinion. I'd ask you all to take a look at that public survey and maybe perhaps determine your percentage from that. I would ask you to take a look at number one. The question says, overall, how important do you believe community development block grant investments are for improving quality of life throughout Clay County? It's 13 out of 14 people. There was a number one important. If I take you down to number three, it says, how would you rate the need for infrastructure improvements such as sidewalks, drainage, pedestrian safety improvements in your community? The very high need was 5. High need 3, moderate need 5, low need 1. So, again, you can look at it. It's not exactly very important versus very high on it, but that kind of stuck out for me when you looked at how people rated these from the town hall meetings. There's other ones that are on there. I mean, we could spend all night, take a look at each one of these, but I think it's hard to nail down the exact percentage. And I think we did our initial step to try to get it. Additional data came in from the last board meeting, and Jody made some adjustments. And then, as Troy has briefed, other factors were at play. It was very dynamic, and we're trying to get to a number.
All right, I need to have a public hearing on this. Open public hearing. Anybody? Go ahead, sir.
You'll have to, Noel Saubers, 417 River Birch Lane, Fleming Island. You'll have to forgive me because I'm just now getting involved in a lot of this, but when I look at stuff like this, I get confused because it
They
says.
can't hear you. If you could pull the microphone up.
If you are looking at saying the budget for 26, is that already an approved budget? Where are you going? What was it last year? Where is it going this year? Is it up or down? There's none of that here. We have no idea. The people that are doing this 5-year program, what are their plans over the next 5 years? There's nothing here. So what is it? Are you going to do it based on priorities of net present value to where what's more important and will be more expensive in 5 years? Or are you going to look, how are you going to look at it? And I don't understand. You can play with the percentages all day long. Who cares? What do these people need? And what is the most important things at this point on the net present value of it? But I don't know what the budget is. This $1 million, is that for this one that you've just increased the millage rate for?
We didn't increase the millage yet, right? No. Okay, and just I know you don't understand it because you haven't seen it before, but Jody she wanted to answer that, so she'll answer that for you.
Okay, but those are the things that I'm trying to understand are the plans, the dollar amounts, how it will escalate, all these type of things, and none of it's here for a 5-year plan. That's the way we did it in the private sector.
Okay, go ahead, Jody, you can answer that.
So the consolidated plan this is a HUD program. It's an entitlement program through HUD. This is the second 5-year plan. We are in the 5th year of the first 5-year plan. So every 5 years, you have to put together a consolidated plan that gives an overarching look at the proposal for how these dollars will be spent over the course of that 5-year time. And then each year, you come back and present an actual budget to HUD for that particular year.
And it's a grant.
It's a grant. And HUD the amount is determined by them, and it's an award, and it's roughly $1 million or a little over $1 million each year over the course of the 5 years. So it's about $5.5 million total over the course of 5 years. And HUD determines how much you get each year.
Let me add that this is for low and moderate income segments of the county. We can't just spend it anywhere in the county. So we have to localize it to an LMI area we have to assess what the needs are in that area and try to meet, we have these resources to meet those needs. So it's a complex problem we're talking about here, very complex.
They had town hall meetings to determine from residents what they wanted, what was important to them.
Right, so we had, over the course of the public period, the public comment period, which opened in June and closed a week ago, we had 6 public meetings around the county.
Okay. Did anyone else, I think there was, did you want to speak still? Okay. Anyone else? All right, close public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I have one more question. Which percentage better meets the needs in those LMI areas, original or modified?
Honest answer.
Honest answer would be, it depends on the direction of the board, because, but in all honesty, I mean, it's just like your regular budget. Which one, it's like asking you to, for those that have kids, it's like asking you to pick which of your kids is your favorite. I mean, is infrastructure more important, or is parks more important? Or is government buildings? It's all important. We all know it's all
And if
important.
we're looking at this, their importance is on community centers. I mean, we haven't even
That's
talked.
because it was a concentrated group who showed up to the meeting.
Right, so we don't really even have the true,
I mean, on number 5, it says accessibility improvements. Number 4, okay, define accessibility. That could be parks or sidewalks. I mean, so again, it's all in the eye of the beholder, for lack of a better term. I think both are important to the community. We know there's needs in both areas. We've done the surveys, we've done the stuff.
One second last question. What was the percentage breakout of previous consolidated plan?
Ooh, I'd have to go back and look at,
I think the one thing.
we shifted it this last year. We took everything, so the previous 5 years had a really significant emphasis on home rehabilitation. So those were individual homes that were being rehabilitated. I think we ended up doing 15 total over the course of the 5-year period. And then because of the need for infrastructure, we took any unspent dollars and did a substantial amendment, which changed the budget for these last 2 years to have the emphasis on infrastructure and sidewalks. We had over $1 million in this 5th year for sidewalks.
Madam Chair, I got a clarifying question. For Richard, what's our normal annual spend on sidewalks? Not counting the grant, but just in the county.
Richard Smith, County Engineer. We have a sidewalk fund that we collect, as you're familiar with, from the new developments that come into the county. And if I had to put my finger on it, this CDBG is a very large part of it. So.
Oh, that's factored into that fund.
No, I'm just saying that, if you said, take that out of our budget.
Right.
Yeah, I would probably say we're less than $500,000 a year.
For the whole county.
Yeah, even lower than that, Troy. Yeah. Oh, yeah, yes, and that includes
So
maybe
hearing
200,000.
that, I'm better with the 45-40. If we're using less than 500,000 a year in sidewalks, this helps us. It gives us another 45% on top of the sidewalk fund, but this is for the LMI areas. But that
The 100% of that money, we're using, what you give us, we use.
Right.
That's what we're saying.
Right.
You gave us 5 million, we can put some sidewalks to Clay Hill.
Yeah.
You know, we can put sidewalks to Keystone. So.
I mean.
Yeah, so I guess I'm hearing your point differently in that you're saying that there is a need and that's why you expend all of those dollars. So for me, when I hear cost allocation for sidewalks, you had $500,000 or less, and so you ended up having to spend all of that, but the projects, like everything else, exceed the amount of money that we have to spend on it. And so that's why when I was discussing earlier what it looked like for me, I'm looking broadly at what has been an issue, and I'm thinking about this not just from the commission standpoint, but one of the issues that we had like I said, about this time last year, was getting students to and from school, and our sidewalks were, I mean, they were so noticeably absent that we started trying to brainstorm, and there were projects in other parts of the state that were talking about it. I went to a TPO meeting, and they were talking about really troubleshooting this problem. And so for me, I understand that the real rub is either infrastructure or facilities and parks. All of them being in need, I'm thinking about how these dollars could be stretched to not just help our agency, but the other agencies that are bearing on us, because that at the end of the day, I find that safety, if we're going to talk about public safety being our number one mission, I don't see how this is disconnected with that goal. And so I'm comfortable with the initial proposal. The initial proposal that you guys submitted to me for that reason,
Is that a motion?
Are you calling for one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so, yep.
Choking on this.
60-25.
Yeah, okay, so then my motion tonight is as I've mentioned.
60-25.
Yes.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
See, we
Passes
can't say we
5-0.
don't debate it.
So then, Madam Chair, I guess the question before the board is then, do you want to keep the action plan on that same split each year? Or do you want to front load sidewalks or front load parks, or just keep that same percentage for the first year straight at the 60-25?
I think we need to leave it where it is because I don't know that we have enough information tonight to change it.
Okay, that's fine.
I would agree.
So we are gonna look at it each year then? Is that what you're saying?
Well, at least maybe next year.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes this year.
Mhm.
Because there were enough park projects. I mean, Walter Odom comes to mind. There were a couple others. Well, Moody, we won't be able to do that, but Walter Odom wasn't gonna get parking improvements. Twin Lakes wasn't gonna get parking improvement. There were enough parks that were in LMI areas that we had to cut that Justin has projects for. I think that can go through the first action plan, probably to Commissioner Compare's point, more projects than money for. And then we'll see, and maybe we can do Moody on the back end.
All right, so we'll reevaluate next year. Yes, great. Thank you, Jody. All right. Number 20, public hearing to consider adoption of the stormwater utility and assessment ordinance and thereafter consideration of stormwater initial assessment resolution. With Troy.
So before you is both the ordinance and resolution to take the next step on the stormwater fee proposal. This would be the step to adopt both the resolution and the ordinance, which would then allow us to send out the letters as required by Florida statute to all of your property owners to tell them that you're looking at establishing a stormwater. It'll include their ERU calculations and their estimated cost. And then we would come back in, if you approve this today to move forward, you would come back in August, in the second meeting, to do the final adoption for stormwater fee, if that's the proposal of the board or the desire of the board. Fred is here. If you've got any questions for him, he does have a presentation if you want to see it now, or if you want to wait till the August meeting. And then Jamie has been working from the attorney's office if you've got any questions from the legal perspective.
Any of those? There was a few options here just.
Well, just there's, you can just, we've all discussed this individually, so a few times. So it's really the desire of the board at this point.
All right, anyone? Questions? Open the public hearing? Open public hearing? Yes, sir.
Well, sorry I keep coming up, but
We love it. Go ahead.
I would just love to know, when you talk about the cost to us, what would the individual, it would be nice for everyone to know what the estimated cost is as an average against everyone before you do something like this, before you just approve it. boom, 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 and then a letter comes out where money goes out of our pockets again. But it would be nice to know an estimated value and what it's gonna cost the residents of Clay County individually.
Yes. Go ahead.
Through the chair, I can answer that. The average homeowner would be $85 a year. Would be the average homeowner.
And where will it be built?
It would be part of your, it would be billed as part of your non-ad valorem taxes.
Part of the what?
Non-ad valorem taxes.
Okay, along with what with the waste and all that?
It's on
if
the set.
that went up, will you vote to go up
That,
every 5 years? and
Madam
you
Chair,
have a
this is
max?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you'll have to, yeah, okay. Okay, anyone else? If you want to speak, yes, sir,
about the item.
about this item.
You'll get to your public comment.
All right, anyone else? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, bring it back to the board.
I'll move approval of item number 20, the adoption of consideration.
Real quick, we need two motions. So first is the adoption of the ordinance, and that creates it, and then the second is the adoption of the resolution that sets the notice.
All right, I'll move approval of the adoption of the ordinance.
All right, I have a motion for adoption.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
What's that? Do we need to wait? We had a majority. All right, we just voted. Okay.
You can vote for
I
the
have a
second one.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, and now for the resolution for the notice.
I'll move approval.
Have a motion?
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second for resolution of the notice. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
thank you.
Thank you. And this will be coming back to us August 11th. 20th.
Second board meeting, August 22nd?
August 25th.
25th, sorry.
Okay.
August 25th.
And that's when we'll have a presentation.
Yeah, that's when you'll have the presentation and we'll do all that, because that'll be the final vote.
Yes. All right, and we are going to go back to new business 12, approval of the FY 2026-27 maximum millage rates and setting the date, time, and location for the first public hearing for the adoption of the FY 2026-2027 Clay County tentative budget.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good evening. In the establishment of the county's annual budget, the state of Florida mandates that the county follow the truth and millage process that's governed by Florida statutes, Chapter 200, and Florida Administrative Code, Chapter 12D, Tax 17. This process requires the Board of County Commissioners to advise the property appraiser of its approved maximum millage rates. The BCC shall provide the date, time, and place at which the first public hearing will be held via certification of the Department of Revenue DR 420 forms within 35 days of the property appraiser's certification of the county taxable property values. County staff has prepared the proposed millage rate calculations based on the certified final taxable value, ensuring that all requests of the county constitutional officers and the Board of County Commissioners receive fair evaluation and appropriation. The Clay County Property Appraiser presents this information to Clay County property owners via the receipt of their trim notice. The FY 2026-2027 proposed budget is based on no increase in the overall proposed millage rate. 3 options are presented to the board for selection and approval of millage rates tonight. The 3 options before you today are option 1, an increased millage rate, which is attachment A. Option 2, keep the current millage rate, that's attachment B and staff's recommendation. And option 3, rollback millage rates, and that's attachment C. On option 1, increased millage rates in the attachment, therefore, the total millage would be, an ad valorem total, 9.5529 with a revenue of $192,571,423. Option 2, the current millage rates, staff's recommendation, is reflected in attachment B. With countywide services the county services of 5.5471, conservation lands program 0.2, unincorporated services MSTU 0.1477, law enforcement MSTU 2.4014, fire control MSTU 0.5048, Lake Asbury MSBD 0, Challenger Center MSTU 3.0, for a total of 8.801, with a total amount of revenue of $181,181,854. On option 3, for the rollback millage rate, as depicted in attachment C, the total millage would be 8.5245, with an ad valorem revenue of $175,516,026. A change from the current ad valorem rate would be a negative $5,665,846. There are 2 action items needed today after discussion. Action 1 has 3 parts for a roll call vote. Action 2 is to approve the scheduling of public hearings for the adoption of the annual budget. Action 1, roll call vote to approve the maximum millage rates. Again, attachment B is the current millage rate, and that was 8.801, and that is recommended by staff. And part 1 of the first action, a roll call vote for as follows for county services, unincorporated MSTU, law enforcement MSTU, and fire control MSTU. And this option 2 requires a 2/3 vote of the board. Madam Chair, over to you.
All right, I'm looking for a motion to vote.
Madam Chair, I move that we leave the millage rate where it is.
I'll second the motion.
All right, and we do the roll call? No, we do the vote. Okay, I have a motion, what?
I have a question.
Okay.
For staff. Is there a maximum for law enforcement MSTU, fire control MSTU?
So the maximum for the fire and the law enforcement MSTU is going to be on your attachment A, or the first example given on the script. And so that would be at 2.5567, which is 110% of your rollback rate, which would require a unanimous vote.
But that's just this year. Is there a total maximum that we know of?
For, if I may, the total for all taxing units would be 10 mils.
Oh, 10, so all of them?
All of them combined together. Yes, sir.
All right, that answers my question. Thank you.
Separately.
Sorry. You said, MJ, you said the max for the fire was 2.55?
This year.
The max for fire is 0.5377,
Right
with the law
now.
enforcement at 2.5567. That's 110% of your rollback rate.
Right.
Okay.
Got it.
Commissioner, that was based upon his question of what the maximum amount would be for it.
Gotcha.
Okay, I have to clarify my motion because we have 3 roll call votes. If you open
Yep.
up the script.
I don't have my
So
paper.
Yep.
for county services, unincorporated services, MSTU, law enforcement MSTU, and fire control MSTU, I am moving to leave the millage where it was. Oh goodness, sorry, Eric.
You have to say
Okay,
it
my
again.
mic wasn't on. Okay, so for county services, unincorporated services MSTU, law enforcement MSTU, and fire control MSTU, I move that we leave the millage where it was.
Okay, you had a motion and that was you?
Did I second it?
No, John did.
I
Yeah,
thought
second.
John
I
did.
second.
Okay.
I second.
Motion
your
and a second, and then we'll have roll call.
Commissioner Reniger,
Aye.
Commissioner Compare,
Aye.
Chair,
Aye.
Commissioner Scrimmler,
Aye.
Commissioner Compton.
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
Part 2 of the first action would be,
No, for challenge or MST, I have to do.
oh,
three.
you're going to do it.
I
Oh,
don't
thank
have
you.
to do them all.
Oh, perfect. That would be
You
great.
really want to read it all? No.
No.
For challenge or MSTU, I move that we leave the millage where it was.
I second the motion.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Commissioner Reniger,
Aye.
Commissioner Compare,
Aye.
Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Scrimmel,
Aye.
Commissioner Condon.
Aye.
5-0.
For conservation lands, I move we leave the millage where it was.
I second the motion.
Motion is second, and roll call.
Commissioner Reniger,
Aye.
Commissioner Compare,
Aye.
Chairman,
Aye.
Commissioner Scrimmel,
Aye.
Commissioner Condon.
Aye.
5-0.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so now for action two, vote to approve scheduling public hearings for the adoption of the Clay County FY 2026-2027 annual budget. The first public hearing will occur on Tuesday, September 8th, 2026, at time 5:05 PM here at the Clay County Board of County Commissioners fourth-floor boardroom. The second and final public hearing will occur on Tuesday, September 22nd, 2026, at 5:05 PM here in the boardroom. Madam Chair.
All right, and I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move approval.
Second motion.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. All right, then we will go down to letters, 21, letters of action, discussion of appointment to the Green Cove Springs CRA.
Madam Chair, I'd move approval for Rhonda Jett's consideration for appointment.
Second motion.
Motion is second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. 22, bid opening tabulation for July 10th, 2026 for drainage repair and/or new public works construction. And then I will open up the second public comment. Mr. Napier.
Yeah, I just wanted to post my concerns about the flock cameras and everything because I do really think they're a national security threat, especially with our Congress committing treason last week and merging the Israeli technological government with ours. I think that's treason at the highest levels, and I think our country has been infiltrated, and I don't think it's a joke. Like, look at what's going on. Look at what Trump's been doing. That's not the guy that everyone voted for like 2 years ago. He's completely flip-flopped on this country, and I can't be the only one worried about it. I mean, y'all have no comments on what Congress did? Y'all don't think that's treason?
Yeah, we don't have to comment here. We don't usually comment on public comment. It's just
Okay.
for whatever you want to say.
All right, but yeah, I just wanted to let everyone know Congress is committing treason, and we need to look into this a lot more. Did you know that every state in the United States gives money to Israel? Florida, per se, gives $1.2 billion to Israel. Like, I think we could use that money here in our own states to make our country better. I mean, instead of funding their health care and all the genocide that they're doing overseas, we need to do better. I mean, I just don't believe in what they're doing. That's my public comment, and I would love y'all to look into that because it's scary. All right?
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Go ahead.
Might as well just keep going at it. Just wanted to make a comment on your vote on the millage to stay the same. The last 3 years, mine has gone up 3% every year. The budget from 2021 to where it is for 25-26, it's up 47% of what you guys are spending. Up 47, our population's only up around 10%, 10.5%. That's a huge jump. And based at my age and where it's jumping every year, you guys are gonna make me sell my house and move to an apartment because on fixed income, if you start figuring it out, I'll be at 10 grand a year. I'm already at 5,000 a year. And you just keep bumping it at 3% every year. What am I gonna do? I have $10,000 personal property tax? Unless I'm missing what the millage rate is, am I wrong? So I'm just saying, there's got to be other ways to do it. Housing depreciation has started coming down again. So that's why, there's all sorts of stuff, but how can mine just keep going up at those rates to where I can sustain and live in Clay County? So, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Karen Coon. I have one question. Does the county own the library here in Green Cove Springs, or is that funded by the city of Green Cove Springs? All right.
County.
Because the handicap facilities on that library are atrocious. The little ramp that goes up is an asphalt ramp that you cannot get a walker up. I personally do not use the library. I order all my books online. My sister-in-law, however, has had a hip replacement, and I had to take her to the library every single week to get new books. And she had trouble getting her walker up the ramp. There is no, if I wasn't accompanying her, there would be no way for her to enter the library because there are no handicap doors. You have to manually open the doors. So if you've never been to the public library here in Green Cove Springs, you need to go there and see how a handicapped person would navigate to get into that building. I'm appalled at what it looks like. The other is just a simple statement. All these new roads that are going into this development, the new road that they're building out on 17, what I would like to know is what are y'all gonna do with State Road 15A? Because that road does not lead directly into the new development. They have to make a left-hand turn and then a right-hand turn, I believe. No. They have to make a right-hand turn, then a left-hand turn. I'm sorry. And get on to 15A. That road has never been repaired as far as I can remember since I've been in high school. Since before my husband has been in high school, and he's fixing to have his 50th anniversary. It's potholed, it's been patched, it's been repatched. Something needs to be done with that road for these developments. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? All right. County Attorney?
Nothing from our office, just Kelly and I are happy to be here to support the work being done tonight.
Good job, Jamie.
Yes.
Thank you.
And Kelly.
And
Way to go.
County Manager?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, just a big thank you out to Troy and MJ and the OMB office and then all of the departments and all of the constitutionals to help us get to today, this evening, for our max millage rate. That was a huge and heavy lift. So thank you. Pending any questions, that's all I have.
Very good. Commissioner Ranger?
You want, okay. Got a couple items, just for the listening public. August 11th is the first day of school, so it's right around the corner. So get your kiddies ready. We're gonna be coming out with an e-bike recommendation here before school starts. So we're talking e-bikes that are not toys, they're transportation. So if your children have an e-bike and they're using for transportation, whether it be on a sidewalk, bike path, or roadway, there are hazards to all three conveyances. So, voting begins, I guess there's mail-in ballots that occur now. Early voting starts August 8th. Goes through the 15th. Early voting precincts are 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. with the actual primary election taking place on the August 18th. Just for information, we're conducting value assessment board organization on Thursday morning, and Commissioner Compier and I are kind of engaged with that. But right after that, I'll be attending the State Regional Council Conference down in St. Pete. Lee Wilsey is here and stuck with us to the end, Regional Council. And Regional Council has a leadership academy coming here tomorrow. Is that correct?
I think it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow. So we'll be addressing them. So other than that, thank you. That's all I got.
Very good. Commissioner Compare.
I've got two things. This morning's ribbon cutting was a real pleasure. It was actually my first time going over to the building next door. And I have to say that we do, hats off to everyone who was involved. I got to chat with so many of our community partners who played a part in that being a resource to the community. And I position it that way because one of the comments that I get pretty regularly in this capacity is questions about permitting. And so now, hopefully, you have a one-stop shop to resolve all of your issues if you want to come in person. And that building is beautiful and the staff is very accommodating, as you would expect. And so I really did enjoy our ribbon cutting this morning. And then the second thing I want to bring to everybody's attention, I know that the sheriff and CCSO do a really great job of getting this out there. So this is just an underscore of what has been presented to the five of us. It just got easier to contact CCSO, and so the sheriff has published a number of different lines for specific concerns, community concerns, everything from civil summons, like legal work, to traffic complaints, PIOs, public information requests, to even, she's got a line on here for public integrity. So any criminal complaints that you have to lodge, you can find all that information on the CCSO website. I published this on my own page, but this is going to be really difficult for you to see from where you are. But she does have instructions published on social media for how to navigate this website, and the phone numbers have also been published. But I bring that up because I know that in one of the things that we've seen pretty regularly is filtering the concerns and questions through social media. And I cannot stress enough how ineffective that is. There's not enough time in the world to manage everything that our lives require and also filter through all of the comments in the various pages that comments could surface. And so on the back of this, I echo any conversations that have already been had about contacting us directly. My phone number, our phone numbers, our email addresses are all on the BCC website. So it's probably the quickest and simplest way to reach us if you have any questions. And I recently had to just share that with my own community, like, hey, I'm happy to hear you out. I'm happy to answer your questions. But tagging me in a Facebook post is probably not the quickest way to get my attention. So I'm very excited about what CCSO is doing, how simple they've made it. But I also reiterate how to reach me. And best of luck to the kids starting school here soon. Thank you for highlighting that. My parents have only one more left in the school system, so the compares are going to be celebrating next May. But best of luck to all of the grade levels this school year, and please be safe.
Thank you.
I just want to start by saying that the Purple Heart recognition is always one of my favorite recognitions that we do as a board. It really provides tremendous perspective that currently, while we deliberate over the five of us and we work hard with county staff, the issues that we deal with are minuscule compared to the realities of those men that stood here this afternoon and the freedoms that they fought for. And that hit me really hard when they were talking about they're thankful to God that they're here. That's puts things into perspective. I mean, this is I love running doing the business of the county with the four of you, but that was freedom standing in front of you, and it wasn't free. And I'm just very appreciative that that greatest generation is still around. You know, my generation, Commissioner Compere's generation, we don't know that level of sacrifice. And maybe even all five of us, but it's something that we need to continue to recognize, continue to keep close to our hearts, and educate the public on we have this great country because of people like that. So I was just so thankful for them all being here and proud of us to continue to move that forward. I want to say thank you to all of our regional partners. You know, it's Doug Conkey was here tonight, and he helped me with a stormwater situation with the St. Johns River Water Management District. And DOT has came up big recently. We, you know, you guys always talk about how great regional council is. We don't get things done without those partners, and it's really appreciative. I'm very appreciative of that. I want to thank all the students who came tonight that spoke about extension for multiple reasons. Number one, as a young person, it's tough to stand up at that podium and advocate for yourself, but they did it with class, professionalism, and it was great. I have been a staunch supporter of ag since I've been a commissioner in terms of rezonings. I've judged FFA for the past 6 years at their district competition before I became a commissioner, and I support all of our local ag initiatives. But what I want to address is that our job as county commissioners is to ensure that every cent of tax dollars is spent for the betterment of the community. The tough part becomes everyone in the community has a very different definition of what that is. And that's our job is to sort that out. But in a tight budget season, if we are not digging deep, unturning every stone, and asking tough questions, then we're not doing our job. And I think that's, I want to say that to the community because I think sometimes when you hear something, the commission's considering cutting this, or we're doing our job. Our job is to verify. A wise leader once said, trust but verify. And if we're not verifying that our programs and our staff are performing at sustained superior success, then we're not doing what we are elected to do. We're simply potted plants that rubber stamp everything. And I'm not that way, and I know my other four are not either. Community feedback is always welcomed, and we work for you. We work for the public. So we're not mind readers, right? We try to keep our ear to the ground as much as possible, but the more you give us feedback, guides our decision-making process. And I felt tonight during the community development block grant, people's vibe was like, man, they're getting really laborious over this money. Yes, that's how this is supposed to work. No one can ever say we aren't debating, how we're spending tax money. So we're combing through this stuff very, very deeply. Many late nights after I put the little ones down, we're continuing to grind at it and move the county forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Scarmolo, I agree completely with your comments tonight. They echo mine, and freedom is under attack in America. And I mentioned earlier, that we that thought just totally left. I'll just admit to it. I'm tired, so that thought left. But let me just finish. Yeah, but I was going to talk about taxes and I appreciate that we have some new people citizens who've come to participate in the meeting. That's always good. We have a brand new agenda system. So if you are used to looking at our agenda online, we're getting used to it. The attachments are in different places, but you can read all of our backup. It's all on the county website attached to our agenda. So that might help in some cases read stuff that we've read ahead of time that we don't necessarily go into detail on the board floor. But then regarding the taxes, so the BCC has not raised taxes, but the state law allows your property value to go up, homesteaded property, 3% a year. That's done by the property appraiser's office. They assess the values of the property and then they apply that 3%. Our job is to set the max millage to fund the county budget. And the two are not always in alignment. But they do have the Value Adjustment Board, which 2 commissioners sit on, as well as the clerk's office runs it, where you can come and appeal that.
So I would encourage you, if you think your property value has been reassessed too high, I would appeal before September, because there's a deadline, an obscure date in September that you can't appeal your property value anymore. But if you feel like they've raised it too high, please do that, and please use those. And I get it. People look at the county and they look at all these buildings on this block in Green Cove and our multi-blocks, and they think they're all the same, and really, we're all very separate. And so, like, the clerk's office is separate from the county, and even in permitting, I've had people say, my septic permit is very delayed. That's through the Department of Environmental Protection, which has delegated to the Department of Health, which is only housed in our building because we're nice. But that doesn't mean that we don't have any control. And so I just wanted to kind of bring some of those things out. But then also, I kind of guess what I was kind of thinking is that we need the public to tell us what services are important to them. Because look, in our mission statement, we talk about public safety and we talk about quality of life. But the voters will have an opportunity to vote on property taxes and giving themselves an additional exemption in November. I've said before publicly, probably tonight, I support tax reform. I understand that people need relief and they're looking for it any place they can get it. But there are not piles of money sitting anywhere. All of our ad valorem, all of our property taxes that are collected in Clay County go exclusively to public safety, between the sheriff's office, which we have to supplement because we don't have enough to fund them, and the fire department. So we fully fund the fire department out of property taxes and most of the sheriff's office, but not all. So we supplement that out of other tax revenues. The other thing that I wanted to address that I've heard today, in fact, was that the new Economic Development Services building, which is beautiful, and if you go in there, everyone is jealous. Because if you work in a different county building that isn't brand new and beautiful, it was not funded out of taxpayer dollars. And we were required to do something. We had been collecting these permit fees in Clay County for decades, and we got audit hits that said we had to do something with it. There are only a couple of options that you have to do with it, and we chose the option to build the building to provide the services to the community. So the people who think that that building, that their taxpayer dollars paid that for that building, they actually did not. And so I just wanted to bring those things up. But I would encourage you to think about, Clay County is predominantly Republican and has historically been very conservative. I think MJ mentioned at our budget workshop, we're 60th in the amount of tax value that we assess in the state out of 67 counties, 60 out of 67, but we're the 23rd largest county. And she made a statement that really, really stuck with me. And I don't know, how long has it been since our workshop? A week? Oh, just a couple of days? Anyway, it really stuck with me. I haven't slept a lot because it's on my heart and mind. But she said, are we gonna behave like the 23rd largest county? Or are we gonna behave like the 60th largest county as far as county services go? And that's the difficulty, right? So we are gonna have to decide, what do we want to fund, regardless of what happens in November. And so I know I've taken some heat about some comments that I made. The whole purpose of a workshop is to occur in the sunshine so the public can hear what we're thinking about, come to our board, speak at public comment, interact with us, send us emails, phone calls. I agree completely. Anybody who sent, I don't use Facebook Messenger. So the people who send me, they'll say you didn't answer me. I can't. I don't use it, and it's not, I just don't have time. So I agree completely, Commissioner Compere, on that. But we need to know what services our community wants. And I think that's what I was thinking about with this move towards socialism in our society. What services do you want the government to provide? And I'll close with this, Madam Chair. I know I'm pontificating, but there's a city down south, and they were talking about summer camps, low-cost summer camps, and this was on the news, and it really was impactful because there was a time when I was a single mom,
and I had to put my kids somewhere for the summer. And you look for, if you're on a very limited income, you look for low-cost summer camps and things like that. And the question was, the city said, I don't think we can continue to fund or supplement these low-cost summer camps, especially in the light of property tax changes. And some of the parents were saying that they didn't know what they were going to do, with their kids. And then there is a statewide Republican figure who's running for a congressional seat, and he came out and he said, oh, and I, like when he said it, it made me, woo, I was like, oh, that's harsh. But we have to answer the question. He said, is it the role of local government to provide childcare for children? And the answer is, it's not for us to answer, but it was just something to consider, because is that one of the pillars of local government, and is it not? And the final thing is, with so much preemption from Tallahassee, so much local control is gone. And if we don't fight for more local control at the local level, this interaction doesn't happen. The people who came tonight and talked to us, even if we don't vote the way you want us to, or we do vote the way you want us to, if Tallahassee makes all the decisions, there's nothing that happens here. And that's what's happening in a lot of the development realm. Our wings are very clipped. And so not a lot we can do, but we try to do the best we can. And so I just wanted to share those few thoughts that, not normal comments, but really just kind of heavy.
Very good. Yep.
Look at this morning's paper. Jacksonville has to cut back in their summer camps. And it caught me so off guard because your mic. City of Jacksonville's opining that they have to cut back in their summer camps. And it just caught me off guard thinking we can't afford summer camps. And that's what happens when you're 60 out of 67. So, and somehow we got to move. You never want to be on the extremes. You want to kind of move toward the median. And so we need to look at that and take it under consideration as we deliberate over the next 2, 3, 4 years. So, thank you.
Listen, don't we have some good commissioners? I mean, I have to say. I just learned a bunch from Commissioner Condon right there. That was awesome. I don't have a lot to say. I will say I did a ride-along this morning, and I want to thank Sharice and Richard and Howard. I got to go pretty much a loop all around my district, and, I was talking to my mom after, and it's like, it kind of makes you feel like you're a little ant. We're out living, we're living our life. And then all around us, this stuff is happening. And, you look at, people working on the roads and, paving the roads. And then you go, down to the expressway, and Richard knows every single piece of road, I think, on this. It's amazing the things he knows, because, they ride it all the time. They that's their job. And so we are so blessed to have the staff that we do and the employees we do. We were watching these guys pave a road and thinking about how hot it was for them. And, that's a hard job, but thank God for them. And so, those are kind of things that I wouldn't see if I wasn't a commissioner. So I feel very blessed also for that, even though it's a very hard job. I've been able to see how our county runs, and, knowing that the new expressway, there's not a left turn for these semis that are coming to Pegasus. And, Richard's going to now get with DOT and figure out why that's that way. And, a lot of different, things that I think is just so neat to see. So I want to thank all of y'all for doing that and taking the time. I have an awesome district, by the way, even though there's a lot of houses coming up. Richard, can you address the 15A thing, if you don't mind? I'm not going to speak a lot, so I just wanted to give the.
You're familiar with 15A a lot more right now. We wrote it 8 hours ago.
Mhm.
Yep, or not 10. But it's a county road. It is not a state road. It was given to us by the county in the 80s whenever they gave 15A, 220, 218. All those were state roads. They're now ours. We only have 4 state roads in the county: 16, 17, Blanding Boulevard, and Kingsley Avenue. So we have a lot of roads to take care of from not a lot of revenue. So I told the county manager we need a Buc-ee's so we can sell 50,000 gallons of gas a minute. We don't have a
Yeah.
Buc-ee's. But 15A is in tough shape. It has been, it's got improvements. If you look at we own and maintain from Green Cove Avenue south to 17, to US 17. And so there's a piece in the middle, or a piece starting at Green Cove Avenue down to where D.R. Horton did their 3-laning for the Rookery, the residential development. Even though that residential development, all of those taxes and all of that stuff go to the Green Cove city coffers, we still take care of their road. The road they'll come out on every day is our responsibility with these commissioners. There's a piece there that'll get resurfaced. It's on the resurfacing list for the last 4 years. The problem is the developers are doing so much work that we don't want to resurface it and then have their machinery go and tear it up. We are going to make a repair right away in the next probably 60 to 90 days on the area in front of the industrial park as you go under 23. We also got to see where the Clay Dairy Parkway will intersect 15A. A lot of that has been resurfaced and widened because of the improvements you need there. South of there, we'll take care of that. If it makes sense, we'll try to get that on this year's 26-27 budget, which begins October 1st this year, to have it resurfaced. The problem with that road is there's nothing under it. It's like basically taking this carpet and laying it on a bunch of grass. And that's what they did. So we got to come up with a better way to do it to make our money go. It's not a typical resurfacing. Long Bay Road was the same way 2 years ago. We ended up putting 6 inches of asphalt. We normally put that much asphalt on a resurfacing job. So we have a challenge financially, but we do plan it this year, but we'll have to gauge to see how the developers and how the other work is so our work doesn't get destroyed. Okay.
Awesome. All right, thank you, Richard. All right, and sorry, Mary, you're here to the end. I need to ask you about the library. No worries. So the great thing is our Director of Libraries is here for your other concern. And both of these are in my district, so I definitely want to make sure we address it.
Thank you. Actually, I'm glad you gave me the opportunity. Mary Canfield, Director of Library Services for Clay County. So the first thing I want to talk about is the ramp. So I will be working, I took notes when you were speaking. So I will be working with Facilities Director and having that looked at immediately. So he and I will have a conversation in the morning. As far as the doors are concerned, that is something that actually goes through risk management. So I'll also be having a discussion with him tomorrow morning because we'll all be here for a meeting. And then I can report back to you personally.
Great.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And that's how wonderfully it works if you come to a meeting. Thank y'all very much. Okay, and that is all I have. Anybody else? All right. If not, we will adjourn.